All right, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, August 26th. We are going to convene as the Board of Social Services as our first order of the day. We're going to hear from our Human Services team for our second quarter update. Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services for Pickens County. And as you said, we're here for our second quarter Board of Social Services report out. So we're trying something a little bit new, and we're hoping that this helps clarify some of the things in terms of what's statutory for this meeting, what's required, and then what are kind of our local updates, the things that are just really cool that we're doing that we want you to know more about. So as a reminder, our statutory requirements as a human services department are economic assistance, protective services, so that's child welfare and adult protection, and veteran services. Locally, the other things that we do as a human services department is we have a senior services center, which is not a statute for human services, and we also manage the Healthy Community Fund. So those are the 5 different departments that we have within the human services department. Ooh, I missed okay. So just as a or a reminder, so as you know, Colorado is a state supervised, county administered human services or social services system. The Colorado Department of Human Services, CDHS, is responsible for all of the activities provided by local and district services, human services departments, and all of our allocations and expenditures that are related to that. The state relies on each quarter for our Board of County Commissioners to become our Board of Social Services to review all of the activities that are in our economic assistance and welfare duties, responsibilities, activities, mostly the budget in that area. Traditional human services are usually performed by an entire human services department, but because we're small and mighty, there are some things that we contract out. One of those things is child support services, which we work with Garfield County. We have an IGA with Garfield County to provide that service, and long-term care services. We also right now are working with Eagle County to provide our CCAP program. We are going to be bringing on a new CCAP worker next week, so that will soon move back off of Eagle County. A lot of times we just help each other out because we're small, but we share a lot of the same providers and things like that. And then our LEAP eligibility determination is provided by the Goodwill. And then our child and adult protection hotline services are provided by Prowers County. So today what you're going to be looking at is the second quarter. It covers the 2025 calendar year budget, and we're going to be, which is from the 1st of July, calendar year, January to December. I'm like, second quarter, where are we? Okay. So we're not at that part yet, sorry. Okay, so that's what we're gonna be reviewing. We're gonna be looking at expenditures and revenues, and at this point, I'll hand it over to Stuart to report out on our financials.
Perfect.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. Stuart Fox. I do have a new I do have a new title. I am the budget analyst now, hence why you see me in the building more.
I see him all the time.
So I am still helping Human Services until they find a new staff member to cover my old position. So that's who I am. Well, good afternoon, Board of Social Services. The second quarter of our fiscal year experienced a continuation of trends that we witnessed in the first quarter. So there's going to be a lot of redundant, you've heard this before, which is a good thing ultimately. With many of the same explanations and trends still holding true for the second quarter as the first quarter. Looking at that first program, administration and economic assistance, the revenue received for second quarter was as expected and in line with the budgeted expenditures for the same time period. the expenditures for the same time period are improved compared to the same time period 2024. This is a continuation of a trend we saw in the first quarter. But I do want to give some forward thinking. It should be noted there is going to be a slight cost savings in this program area in the third quarter due to some staffing vacancies, specifically in economic assistance. So we might see some downturns there in the actuals and expenditures. Under the program Colorado Works and TANF, this area specifically for revenue continues to lag behind our budget. This has been an issue ever since I've been working here. So this is primarily just due to the timing of the reimbursement requests, the allocation, when we draw down that allocation. So it's just a timing thing. At the end of the year, we're always pretty close to being made whole. So it's just literally a timing issue. So we're not terribly concerned about it. And because it's, again, a continuing trend, it's good just to note it, but nothing of concern. However, we should note that our expenditures in this program area are much improved compared to previous quarters. And this is really due to the grants that we have with contracts we have with the ARC and
Aspen Youth Center and the
thank you.
Cottage.
Yes.
Yep, summer camp. Yep.
I was going to call them the Aspen School District, and that would have been
They are.
technically true.
It is that. It is that.
So because of those contracts, that makes our expenditures just a little more predictable. So that's why it's, what is that, 40% of budget, which is more in line with what we'd expect through the end of second quarter. Childcare, also known as CCAP, this program area had improvements in both revenue and expenditures compared to the second quarter 2024. And this we can directly attribute to all the hard work Lindsay and our staff did in increasing the eligibility by increasing the federal poverty level to 300%. That is directly tied to that. So all that hard work, we're seeing more people being eligible, and therefore we're having more expenditures, and then we're being reimbursed accordingly. So that's a pretty easy and exciting explanation for that improvement. Child welfare. I really have found that the continued timely billing of outside counsel, which is probably the largest recurring expenditure for that program, because it's timely and recurring, it has really made our expenditures much more predictable and much more in line. I mean, it's 50%. We can't get much better than that. So that has been really useful, and that's the major driving force behind that improvement. Under adult protection services, under this program, I'm going to sound like a broken record, forgive me. The trends and issues we saw in the first quarter, the same issues we're going to see in the second quarter. Child support services. This one, if you're looking at just percentages, would probably catch your eye, right? We're 108% over budget.
That's adult protection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Oh, no, you're
No,
right.
I'm right.
Sorry. I was flipping them. You go.
I have bad.
I'm sorry.
I have bad vision. You made me question myself. So, 108% of budget or of actuals compared to budget, and as a percentage, that's it stands out. But when you give context to the actual dollar amount, we're talking about $2,500. And the reason for that expenditure is just we've had a caseload that has exceeded what we thought was going to be. And again, as Lindsay had mentioned, child support services is one of those programs that we have an IG with Garfield County. So they handle that for us. And so, we can all assume that this program is going to see a continuation of being over budget for the rest of the fiscal year. The last thing that I wanted to highlight, and it's not on this graph right here, but the second quarter is also when the state does our fiscal closeout and mitigation process for human services. And so the Colorado Department of Human Services goes through a huge process of looking at our allocations, our expenditures, and all the other 63 counties and seeing where they stand. And they do significant work behind the scenes. And so they have finished their closeout process. And for that, there were only 2 program areas that human services for Pickens County were not going to be made whole. We occasionally, as you can see, we run over our allocations. And through this mitigation and closeout process, they do sometimes make us whole because other counties have savings. And so those savings then become our coverage for overages. And those two areas where we were not made whole are Adult Protection Services and our CDHS administration, HICPUF administration. Combined between those two programs, we overspent them and were not made whole by the total of $92,000. And what will end up happening is that overage will be held back from this upcoming fiscal year. So we'll continue to submit our allocation or our reimbursement requests, and they will essentially just not reimburse us until that total is $92,000. And once we've kind of met that threshold, then they'll start giving us back our reimbursement for those two programs. So it's not like we're extending checks back and forth between the state and ourselves. It's just a withholding of the next year's allocations. So that's my presentation.
Any questions? Yep.
Yes.
So what kind of effect is that going to have on operations next year?
It doesn't change our budget for next year. It's just the allocation. So what could happen next year is if there's more vacancies, or it's the same process where there will be another closeout mitigation process where we just kind of see. It doesn't change our operational allocations.
But it
that way.
might carry a deficit over into the next year?
It could, and right, it already is. That's what it's doing, and it could be closed out by the end of the year.
Okay.
It's somewhat unpredictable.
Let me repeat what I think I'm hearing. So we've spent too much money on behalf of the state, and so they're not gonna pay us for the amount that we spent on behalf of the state.
Boilerplate, that was great.
I'm like, it seems like
Mhm.
they'd pay us more on behalf of the state.
I don't
Okay.
anticipate that happening
Yes,
in the
I
near
don't
future.
either. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve the, are
Wait,
we done?
Before, one more thing, right
Order.
before we approve.
Okay.
These are just the total expenditures, so this is broken out from the graph that you saw before of what are direct client benefits. So those are pulled out. What you saw on the last screen is our salaries, wages, things like that. This is just our direct client benefits and some of the overhead costs to supervise that. So what you're seeing here is Q1, Q2, and I think the only really big one that you see is between TANF. And the reason that one is so big is because those contracts don't hit until June. They start, so June is when they start, because they're summer camp programs. And then we'll see in our next quarter report out again, kind of the full, probably almost the full usage of that TANF. And then let me see, any other weird ones? Nope. That's about it.
All right, if there's no questions, is there a motion to approve the second quarter budget expenditures?
So moved.
Thank you, Francie. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. It's good to see you again, and again, and again, running up and down the stairs.
We just want to publicly say thank you to Stuart for all the work that he's done. He's really helped us in our human services finance area to really tighten our budget. I mean, the position that he's moving into is so perfect because one of the huge strengths that he has brought to our department is around our budget and just being more scientific, frankly, around it. So we're so grateful. We will be bringing a new staff person at our next checkout or our boss update. We have hired that person. They're starting on the 8th. So we'll see kind of a transition now start to happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stuart.
I know where to find him.
Thank
if
you.
need
You know
me.
where to find him. Yeah, now he's gonna be helping you with some airport stuff, I think. Okay, so, let's see, here we go. So the other thing that we review is the direct client benefits specific to our economic services department, our economic assistance. So it's all the public benefits that we provide through healthcare policy and financing in the Colorado Department of Human Services. So these numbers right here are essentially what we have been issuing through each of these programs. So for A and D, or the aid to the needy and disabled, a lot of these are really just kind of dependent on season and who's qualifying, eligibility. We haven't really seen a ton of, there's not a ton right here that doesn't look similar to kind of the way it happens in past years. For A and D, it looks like we saw, I'm gonna do my best because Norma's sick, so bear with me. It looks like a twofold increase in enrollment in the second quarter of 2025. So that's really big for that. So that's why you're seeing that increase. And then also, the amount of outreach that our economic services department has been doing with nonprofit partners like Recovery Resources, Health Solutions West, and really working more closely with some of those programs, they're able to just better support those clients and help them through that process. It's to get the aid to the needy and disabled is a really tough benefit to be eligible for. CCAP, we already talked about this a little bit, but we and Stuart talked about the 300% federal poverty level, but the other reason that we're seeing that increase is because of the provider rates. So provider rates are updated every 3 years, and we just had an update in this last year. So we'll kind of see, we'll keep an eye on that over the next few years. We've been underspending CCAP for about 5 years, but now we are finally spending the CCAP, which means more families are getting the help with childcare here. We've worked really closely with City of Aspen. What's the tax? Sorry.
Kids First.
Thank you, Kids First. God, words are hard for me today.
It's all right, we can
Thank
tag team
you.
on that.
Together, we'll get through this. We've partnered really closely with them, and they raised so when we raised ours to 300%, we made sure that there was really good handoff between those families, so that whoever they were seeing, we brought over onto our caseload. We worked together, and now they have been able to raise their threshold too. So no longer helping those that were 250% or 270, now up to 300%. Old age pension, also a really tough benefit to qualify for. Looks like second quarter, we've gotten a total 17 new applications, and there are 12 active cases in Pickens County. This one, old age pension, is one where you only qualify between 2 years. Is it
60 to 62,
60 to
and your
62.
income is very low.
Yeah.
So for 2 years before retirement, which would be kicked in to be required to apply for retirement, you have to make almost nothing to qualify for the program, which you can imagine that's probably a pretty small population.
Yeah, we find that most of this population is our unhoused population who are eligible for this benefit. And that it's just because it's so narrow, that eligibility criteria. LEAP, so open enrollment, we have not lost funding yet in LEAP, so we don't know what's going to happen next year. We are anticipating getting the same grant that we get every year, which is for outreach. Last year, when we changed our method to a media campaign, we almost doubled our LEAP applications. So we're hopeful we're going to use that same strategy this year, and hopeful that we can get folks that low-income energy assistance through the winter months. Colorado Works, we had a little bit of a decline. It could be that clients' income eligibility are just exceeding what the requirement is for the eligibility threshold. We have 16 applications in 2025, and a decrease in participation, but we do continue to provide essential support services for eligible clients, and this is also where we use some of the money for contracting to help low-income families with summer camp childcare. SNAP, I just got a certificate today saying that not only are we distinguished performers for our public benefits program, we also have met 95% of the SNAP timeliness in the last year. Just got this certificate today. I should have brought it. So that was exciting. We have a total of 123 new applications. It is no secret that food security is an issue for us in Pickens County. 74 new applications for the expedited food assistance. As of June, we indicate 227 active SNAP cases, serving 265 individuals. So that's great. A lot of people who are now eligible for that. Any questions?
Just a comment, your first statement that aid to the needy and disabled is really difficult to get, just says everything about the state of America right now. 'Cause it seems like aid to the needy and disabled should be the easiest to get personally. But
Like
that's my
motion?
statement. I would. Do you have any questions?
I don't. I'll make a motion to approve the 2025 second quarter payrolls.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion?
I have a,
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
I was at the ACRA meeting today and Mayor Richards was there. I don't know if the city is looking at raising their water rates by 15% with a 7% increase for outgoing years. I don't know, we don't have any, we have energy assistance, but that's gonna be a hit to people who are on fixed incomes. To see 15% and then 7% on top of that in outgoing years. There's probably no resource, no opportunity for just utility bills in general.
Not through these programs,
Is there
probably. I
other
think
options that we could,
There
I'm
might
just
be some
planning ahead
local-
because
yeah.
we'll probably, the county will probably hear about it, not the city who's raising the rates, but they're in discussions about raising, it's pretty significant.
Yeah. The assumption that I'm making right now is that with all of the changes that are gonna be coming through over the next year, and we'll talk about some of the federal changes happening, but, it really is a push to, we're looking to turn locally, for support for our clients, because to your comment, right, the aid to the needy, we have a client who has gone back and forth from Social Security on this benefit 6 times up and down the valley, trying to get the right information to come back to meet criteria for eligibility. So I think as these things become tighter and our state budget gets tighter and tighter, and we're looking at how we can solve some of the new match requirements and cost sharing and things like that, we're gonna have to look locally at our local solutions.
Maybe that's something I can bring up after the discussion with the mayor today, to say maybe when the city does that, they may need to look at some kind of a program within their program to help those on fixed incomes with these increases in all their utilities, let alone with the city's 15%. And maybe a small hit to them, but when you add them all up, it's a big hit. So maybe that's a way to approach it with the city as they're looking at raising the rate. Maybe they could bring into their program some opportunity. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so happy I could help with that. I think the other way that we're looking at it is around the social safety net and our nonprofit partners. And are there ways or different mechanisms that our nonprofit partners can be also looking at some of these? And as we kind of strengthen our the way that we're looking at the Healthy Community Fund over the next and going into the next ballot year, we're considering all of those things.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks, Patty. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Now the fun stuff. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do this really quick. Hopefully. There's a lot of federal funding planning right now happening at the state. I'm right now going between 2 and 3 different state meetings a week to understand how we're gonna do some of the the implementation of the House Reconciliation Bill number 1, also known as the Big Beautiful Bill. The biggest areas in human services that we're going to be seeing impact is around SNAP and Medicaid, if you didn't know that. The state has been working really diligently, especially the Big Ten, around what are the impacts and how do we categorize some of those impacts and how is it going to impact us locally. So I'm going to just go through each of these. For SNAP, with the expanded work requirements, this is for, if you've never heard the term ABOD, it's able-bodied adults without dependents. So the age range for coverage is changing. It's currently 18 to 54. Now it will be 18 to 64. So, and those with children that are 14 plus versus what it now is, which is children that are 18. The waivers are going to be more restrictive. The only counties that will qualify for the waivers will be people or counties that have more than a 10% unemployment rate, which we do not have right now. I don't know that we've ever been around 10%.
Does any county have a 10%?
I don't know.
March 2020.
That may have been
April
it.
2020.
Yep, April 2020 may have been it. Exemptions for veterans, former foster youth, and homeless individuals are now going to be removed until at least 2030. So the local impact for us, what we're looking at is, so this is being rated as substantial impact to local governments. They're anticipated to do the following. So we'll see an increase in our caseloads for certain populations, specifically the ABODs. And then non-ABODs with all children over 14, individuals experiencing homelessness, individuals under 24 that aged out of foster care at 18, and veterans. And when we say the increase in caseload, that is, we're going to have to do redeterminations. We're going to have to still process these cases, and they will no longer be eligible. We might have some more upset clients in our building. As of May of 2025, right now in Pickens County, we have 222 active SNAP cases and 266 SNAP individuals receiving SNAP. And the Colorado Directors Association, Human Services Directors Association, is anticipating the requirement of additional FTEs in the Big Ten for this change. The next one is around the reduced federal SNAP administrative cost share. I also, just so you know, in the memo, I did put the numbers next to them of where you can find these in the reconciliation bill if you want to go and take a deeper dive look at those. So the federal share is going to drop from 50% to 25% by October 1st of 2026. Our current SNAP spend is around $800,000 a year. It kind of varies between $800,000 to about $1 million a year. So we will be anticipating some money that will no longer be shared with the federal government. This is another rated as substantial impact to local governments. It requires that this share is around also the Colorado's current error rate. And the bill requires a 10%, oh, sorry, that's in the wrong spot. I'm in the wrong place. I'm sorry. Okay, so disregard that. Sorry about that error. I'll fix that. But for us, what that's going to look like is around, we would say, probably $200,000, where we're not going to be reimbursed that federal share. Like in the range of $200,000 to $300,000.
Who rates the severity of these?
So it's the Colorado, the Human Services Directors Association.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they're working in conjunction with CCI as well on these. Mm-hmm. So the matching requirements, that's what I was going to be talking about, which is based on payment error rates. So beginning in fiscal year 2028, states with higher error rates will bear additional costs. And so any up to 15% of SNAP benefits, if it's greater than 10% or greater. Also, this is rated as substantial. Right now, Colorado is right around 10%, I believe. Our error rate is at like 9.8 or something, so it's super close to that. The state is anticipating a loss of almost $2 million in federal drawdown based on county expenditures. Right now, for us, we're currently 274% overspent in our administrative costs for overseeing these public benefits programs. So we're already, that 92,000 that Stuart was referring to is because we are so overspent in trying to administer these programs. SNAP eligibility restrictions. So this is really around undocumented immigrants, and humanitarian status immigrants are excluded now. Internet and certain utility expenses are excluded from the benefit calculations, and then SNAP Ed, that's the nutrition education, will be eliminated after this year. Local impact, we're seeing this as more of a minimal impact to our local governments, a bigger impact to the community for sure. But they're anticipated to change our process, which is going to just change our application process, essentially. There will be different checkboxes for us. So it's not, for our operations, it's not a huge impact. Okay, now we're gonna go to Medicaid, work requirements. Well, let me stop. Do you have any questions about SNAP?
No, there's just too many.
It's grim.
Sorry, explain again how they're changing the eligibility for people to get on SNAP.
So right now, undocumented immigrants or people with refugee status are able to access these benefits. So that will change. They'll no longer be able to access that, as well as, let's see, the internet. So there are certain utility expenses that can be used through EBT, that SNAP pot of money, basically, and so those will be excluded. And then the nutrition programs or education programs will go away completely after this year.
Sorry, and then I'll go to you. Do we know how many that will affect in our
Sorry, say that again.
pool of folks receiving SNAP?
Not yet. We're working on it. Yep, of that caseload of the 274, we're looking more closely right now at who may be losing it. It's really hard. Reporting in CVMS is really tough, so it's really hard for us to pull even demographic reports. We have to request it from the state, and that can take some time. So.
And how do they know how to kick people off of it?
So there's artificial intelligence that's built into the system as well that does that. That manages some of that.
Jeffrey?
And maybe you'll come to it. So 2026 legislative priorities, given the kerfuffle, given where we are, and anything that you see on the horizon that this board should get behind, its CCI in particular.
We were both at the last special session. I thought they had great points, and I liked the stance that they were taking, and it didn't seem promising in terms of being able to move any legislation forward to help with some of these offsets of these unfunded mandates that are coming through.
Yeah, and then the follow-on is then what's the additional pressure on other services that we offer in the Valley if someone's no longer qualified for SNAP?
Yep. So I think Kelly, I wish she was here, but we have two staff that are sick today. I think Kelly said that around 90% of our child welfare cases are neglect. And a lot of the times it's because of poverty and because families cannot feed their children or because, right? And then that puts pressure on other systems in their lives, like medical expenses and things like that. So we can anticipate, it's hard to say right now, but we can anticipate that we might start to feel more pressure in child welfare and adult protection, in our protective services as some of these things start to go away.
Thank you.
These are some of the biggest changes the Colorado State Human Services Department will have seen in the history of human services. So it's really uncharted in terms of how we start to address some of this. And it's happening fast, too, in the grand scheme. Usually these types of like rule changes and things happen incrementally. And now it's all kind of coming down at once. Ready for Medicaid?
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Is there I guess, is there a smart way of folding camp? In other words, if we're in the retreat mode, is there a way of trying to do less? Is there a way of saying, you know, let's fold a couple services together, it's easier to administer, so the the human costs are less, and we could provide more customer-facing support. So, and it doesn't need to be answered today, it's just, you know, is it we partner with Eagle on everything? So we don't see that 274% go to 500% or something. So I'm just trying to, and I don't think we have the answer today, but.
Yeah, the grant that will come back tomorrow for second reading around is meant to address some of those things, looking at for efficiencies, even just looking right now at our own business processes and seeing if we are as efficient as we can be. And then kind of comparing that up against 6 other counties as well. And
You could get
understanding-
Dosh in here to help you figure that out.
Say that again?
You could get Dosh in here to help you figure that out.
Oh.
I'm sure they'd offer their services.
Oh, you think so? They would probably have a different approach. Yeah. But I agree. I think this is also when I say it's going to push us to look locally, I think part of that is for us to be looking regionally as well. We're already looking at an IGA with Eagle County and Garfield County to be able to share services. So when we're understaffed, we can essentially save some money and get our, our colleagues to help us out and vice versa. If we're fully staffed, then we can help them as well. In the same way that CCAP is helping us right now, Eagle County.
Thank you.
One of the things I hear human services directors in some of the advocacy spaces talk about is giving the programs back to the state and allowing the state to try to manage to some of these things. I don't think that will happen. But it is a concept that flies through all the different state and federal meetings.
I have to say, this just makes me so mad. I mean, you know, billions of dollars of wealth were generated from Fed Chair Powell's recent presentation in Wyoming, and yet we are going through these mechanics so that aid to the needy and disabled is like further stretched. I'm perplexed at the values that are being prioritized right now. Anyway, I get to say that here.
Right.
All right, we have 20 minutes left, and I want to make sure we cover the full updates.
I'll try to get through
for
these
you.
Medicaid ones in
Can I
5
just-
minutes.
Can I just,
Oh,
one rebuttal?
Yeah.
I would say this is a product of fiscal, not monetary policy, but that's my 2 cents.
What does that mean?
So fiscal would be the tax program, and what we just passed in HR 1, monetary would be interest rates. So I don't think it's Mr. Powell, I actually think it's El Jefe.
I know, but it's all about whose dollars end up in whose pockets.
Again, I don't think it's an interest rate policy,
So-
I think it's a tax policy question as well.
Again, but this is all being done to fund tax policy, to put more money into billionaires' pockets who just made billions of dollars on the statement of one man with no effort whatsoever. I don't think they need it.
Thank you for those comments. They're appreciated. I'm going to try to fly through the Medicaid changes. Are there any specific on here that you want to know more about, or would you like me to go through all of them? I can also just go through the substantial ones if you'd like.
Let's start there.
Okay. All right, so for Medicaid, there's work requirements, which have not existed since before the Affordable Care Act was passed. So by December 31st of 2026, states must enforce an 80-hour per month work community engagement requirement for Medicaid expansion adults aged 19 to 64. Exemptions include caregivers of children under 13, pregnant women, and veterans with disabilities, medically frail individuals, and others. Which definitions are hard with some of these things as well, in terms of the eligibility world. The local impact, where this is being rated as substantial to local governments, because it's a very different way of overseeing these cases now. Whereas before it was really checks and balances, making sure that we had the right income requirements, verifications, things like that. Now when you add a work requirement and you have to be ensuring that a person is working a certain amount, that is now turning that position into more of a case manager, where they're gonna have to be working with them, with our workforce department, ensuring that those hours are being tracked, and then we have new buttons and things in our system that we're going to have to check off to verify. There's not a great way to verify these things right now, because there's no system in place to do it. So we're seeing this as substantial, at least in the forthcoming in the early parts of this. And there are some analysis that are saying that there's just going to be increased costs for us to be able to do this. And then the second really big one is the increased redetermination frequency. So that is now changing. They check the eligibility checks. Right now we do them annually. They're going to move to every 6 months for expansion adults starting December 31st, 2026. This essentially doubles our workload. Redeterminations are not easy. It's another, like, you have to get updated forms, tax forms, and income, right? Like all of those things you have to, you basically have to redetermine if they're eligible. So that will look at, we don't yet know like how our caseloads are going to change. But we do know that the workload for this does double our workload. It's a little bit reminiscent of when people were coming off the public health emergency and we were having to redetermine every single person, and that was a huge lift for the state and for us as well. This is another one where they're saying this might require additional FTEs to be able to do this amount of workload.
And how many do we have on Medicaid right now?
How many individuals? Ooh, I don't know the answer to that. I wish my
Because they'll
manager
all have
was
to be
here.
redetermined.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, keep going.
Would you like me to go through the rest of them, or those are kind of the big ones we're keeping our eyes on right now?
Substantial question.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that we should know from a recreational resort community that's going to hit us relative to Denver? Like anything unique? Specifically, you said the 80 hours. Is that something that resonates with? We have, I don't know how to use a word other than chunky. We have a chunky work environment, right?
Yes,
we
do.
we
Is
take
it
springs or
the
summers off.
seasonality?
The season,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry,
Mhm.
better
Yeah.
than chunky.
Mhm. Yeah, and we feel that in these, we definitely feel the seasonality in these programs as well.
But could someone, in other words, be great for 6 months, enjoy a ski season, and then get thrown off?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
Mhm.
reapply.
Even though they were doing 160 hours during their work period
That's right.
and saving,
Mhm.
squirreling,
That's right.
chunking and squirreling.
Yes. Yeah, these are technical terms. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So
Thank you.
technically, you requalify, then you start requalifying again.
Yeah, that's right.
Technically,
happens
if
that
it's every
quickly.
6 months, by the
Mhm.
time you, and a lot of people, that makes no sense. I mean, not only is it more time consuming, more expensive, but the forms are, depending upon which 6 months you're requalifying within, your tax forms are still from the 6 months prior.
Yeah.
So, yeah, or you don't have them yet, it's from the 6 months before or after. So, yeah, I don't see the cost savings there for the federal government in increasing the requalification from a year to 6 months.
Yeah. To
Unless
use
you
the
could tell me
technical
some
term,
brilliant,
it's chunky. It's right. It's clunky. It's gonna be. It's gonna be very hard to understand how to do some of this stuff.
Well, that's a good point to take to our congressional delegation to say, we understand the need for ruling out fraud and abuse, but this 6-month re-qualification timeframe makes absolutely no sense because of the timing of it and because of our chunkiness. That's a new word for us, our seasonality, and but also in any employment area, people upscale at the holidays, especially over the Christmas holiday. They upscale their work and they cram it all in because of around the country.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Well, and another important thing
Oh.
about some of these is that what we're talking about in these right now is the impact to us
Right,
as a
right.
human services department. What we're not really talking about yet is the impact to the community, the impact to hospitals, all of our healthcare, right, partners that we work with right now. We partner with our FQHC to subsidize uninsured folks. The cost sharing, the reduced retroactive coverage is instrumental with our hospital and healthcare partners. And reducing that to 1 month from 3 months is, where is the money gonna come from? We don't know. So a lot of it's, like I said, uncharted, and we just don't know what's gonna happen.
Jeffrey had
A general question, which is, how do you feel the state's doing in terms of support? I'm not trying to go down the rabbit hole
Yeah.
of CBMS, but
I think the different offices are handling it differently. We're getting a ton of guidance from HICPUF, which is
Cool.
in some ways surprising. So HICPUF has been giving lots of memos, and they're really, Executive Director Bim Stuffer has been at the forefront of advocating in some of these spaces. And it has not been, we have not seen the same level of advocacy from CDHS, which has just been interesting. And there's, who knows why that is. It could be because it's uncharted. We really don't know what these impacts are gonna look like yet.
thank you.
All right. Any more questions?
Yeah,
I
real
should have
quick.
taken a whole session for this. I
Most of
apologize,
these-
yeah.
Most of these changes that you just referred to kick in like technically January 1st, 2027.
I was going to mention that at our last meeting, you had asked for a timeline of House Reconciliation Bill #1. Levi and our management analysts are working together right now to create, because our management analyst has access to information in ways that Levi does not. So they're working together on creating this timeline because, yes, there are a lot, and there are some that are going into effect October of this year, right, or December of this year. And so they're kind of, they're peppered throughout. It's strategic. In
You know
terms
why
of,
it's strategic. It
Mhm.
just
Yep,
happens
you got a
that most of the
midterms right in the
cuts will
middle.
take place right after the midterm election.
Yep, so but some of it happens before as well. So we're gonna kind of slowly see some of these things happen over the next few years.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I am actually going to, what do we got? 10 minutes? Do we have 10 minutes? Is that what we have? Okay, so I'm going to fly through a few of these. So SNAP Peas is a grant that we've had historically for a number of years. It has helped us to do outreach in the community to engage more folks into SNAP to that benefit. We received a notice a few months ago. It was an interesting one. They were requesting for us to pay them in the grant to match some of the grant amount. So we opted to terminate that grant. We only had, I think, around, I want to say maybe $10,000 left in it. So it wasn't a huge loss for us, but we will be losing that in future years. So some of those outreach dollars that we have used for some of our staffing to really help get out in the community, I think we're going to start seeing some of that fall away. LEAP, I already talked about that. We don't anticipate losing that this year, but in future years, we're keeping our eye on it. We already talked about TANF. And then we have just, I think yesterday, signed a contract with someone who's going to assist us in our eligibility department temporarily for the next 3 months on the local property tax rebate program. So just wanted to give you all that update. So child welfare, we were pretty overspent in child welfare, and they closed us out. We had no overages. So that was one of the areas that I think we've come to you before and said that this one feels a little safer. Yeah, go
Can I
ahead.
just ask, we had some programmatic changes to that relative to, I'm not gonna get the right word, but how kids are supervised when they're being moved between placement. where you need to
In
have
legislative,
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm,
and I'm
yeah.
just wondering if that's part of how that's playing out and if that's part of the increased cost.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. You mean the emergency planning, when there's a when we have to quickly move someone from one placement to another. Yeah, I don't know. I think historically, we have used our internal attorneys to support our child welfare department. And just this last year, with all of the changes that happened internally at Pickens County, we started contracting. It's part of our allocation. So we started contracting with an attorney who is invoicing us very regularly, right, and much more consistently. And we're thinking that that might have something to do with just our increased usage in that allocation.
That makes sense. Do we have some certified foster homes in Pickens County now?
I think we just did a whole campaign on it. I think we got one more. We might have 2 or 3 now, yeah, which is much better than 1. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
And then CCAP, as you know, has moved over to our Family Services Department, and our CCAP person will start next week. So we're excited about that. We'll bring our new staff next time. And now I'm gonna hand it over. It's your turn now, Chad.
Chad Fevitz, Manager of Senior Services. Really brief. We're rocking and rolling at Senior Services. We're very busy. This chart just highlights congregate meals, and you can see the projection for the rest of this year. Where we're anticipating, and even last year we were anticipating that this year we'll probably serve the most meals we ever have, and those years happened the middle years of COVID, when we served over 10,000 and over 12,000 meals annually. So we're right on track to get pretty close, maybe to an 1150 space as far as meals. And a lot of that has to do with, I think, outreach efforts and just the quality of our meals, which has always been historically pretty high, but they're even getting higher. So we're really pleased with that. Then a couple other bullets is just the CSA program, or the produce, kind of the age-friendly farmers market on Fridays at the senior center is going really well. In the first 2 months, we had, I think, over 300 participants come on those Fridays to get fresh produce, kind of pick as you will, instead of here's a whole share, take only what you would want or you're interested in. And so we've been able to stretch those shares out by changing up the format, and it's been going really well. Our clients are very appreciative to the board for making this one-time grant funding for this year, as we look at other ways to continue the program moving forward. Where we lost grant funding previously. Yes.
Speaking of moving the grant opportunities forward, I want to get together with you to talk about the CSA program specifics, the funding, what we've done in the past, what we're doing this year, what the usage is, et cetera. I'm hoping to set up a meeting with Sally Clark at the Department of Ag down in Denver. I talked to her at the NACO meeting, told her we're looking for funding opportunities for this invaluable program. So I'm hoping to do that sooner than later to see if we can kick in some money coming back to us to continue to fund this program. She was open to discussing it, so I thought I would take advantage of that.
Thank
That'd
you.
be great, yeah, thank you.
That's great.
So you and I will, I'll be
Yes,
knocking on your door.
We can connect.
I know where to find you.
Yes. And then the tax relief program, kind of speaking to a comment you made earlier, Patty. The Senior Services has kind of administered a senior low-income property tax program since about '91. And part of that does include some relief from city utilities. It's kind of built in the program since about '94, '95 or so. So there may be opportunity, to your earlier point.
Talking with the city about doing perfect.
But this particular year, we had 80 eligible applications just for the county third, if you will, of the program. And that the county program provided 19,700 and change relief to those applicants. And that doesn't include the city portion or the school district as appropriate portion. So we're really pleased with that. And that is based off of 400% of federal poverty level, which we changed about 2 years ago off of your direction. So we're really pleased with that. And I get calls constantly about the larger Pickens County program. So I'm glad to hear things are going, because I get a lot of calls and I say I don't know.
About whether we're refunding it again this year?
Yeah, and what's going on, type of thing. And then just finally, we're in kind of later stages of updating the age-friendly initiative. We completed some town hall conversations to gather community input, both up in Mid-Valley for participants of our program, or people just interested in kind of aging in place here in Pickens County and in the Valley. So later this fall, we'll be bringing our kind of draft plan of the age-friendly initiative to all of you, with kind of the updated and newer version of that plan as far as the goals and some objectives underneath there. We're hearing very similar things as we have in the past. If I would have to sum it up in one sentence, it's, where do I find information as an older adult? That sums it up of what I've heard so far. So those are my updates, and unless you have any
Thank you.
questions. Got 2 minutes.
All right, questions for Chad?
To address one of the earlier questions about, we have already started doing some stuff internally, reorganizing around our departments to put like some of those public benefit programs in our child welfare, like CCAP moving over, which makes sense in so many ways. And it can put some of the pressure on our child welfare allocation, because that can be a shared position there. Another thing that we've done is we've moved adult protection over to senior services, because what percentage of our adult protection referrals are?
90+%.
Ish.
Yeah.
Yep. So almost over 90% of our adult protection referrals are for older adults. So that has made a lot of sense as well, because the senior services budget is one that also is a little bit more stable and steady than, as you saw, our adult protection, which we overspend enormously every year, because we only get, I think, around $40,000. With that change, what happened is we had a promotion. Emily Langford is now a senior services supervisor, and she's also managing the adult protection department. So we're really excited. Yeah, and I think there's been really good feedback just in terms of, to your question of where do I get information, just having that connection, I think has been really good. So just wanted to remind you all that internally we are looking at ways to kind of streamline and be more efficient. Last thing, you all gave me authority to sign off on things like allocations, grants under $25,000, anything that just continues the business that we've already been doing. So what we're going to do is each of our social services quarterly reports, we'll just bring you this list of what I've signed in the last. This is the number of times I would have come to you. In the last 3 months, and in, I think, February or March after our fourth quarter, we will bring one resolution with everything that I've signed, so you can review all of those. But we did attach them to this. The only question that I had for you all is, would you like us to attach all of these to this, or do you want us to wait till the annual resolution?
I like seeing the list, and then at the end of the day, you
go.
yeah.
You mean the end of the year?
I mean, well, that's what
Okay.
I meant. The day, the year, you know what I meant.
Yeah, got it. Mm-hmm.
I think that's fine. I don't have real passion about that decision one way or another.
Unless it's a lot of work for you to do.
No, we'll just bring the list, and we'll keep putting that in our Board of Social Services, and then the way
we
that
see
all
what's
of
going
those
on.
get made public is at the end of the year, we'll do that big resolution with all of the attachments of all of
Got
those
it.
contracts with my signatures on them, so you can see them and sign off.
All right, any last questions for our human services team
Good
here?
to see you.
Always, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Can
guys.
I,
Chad,
Motion
I'll-
to adjourn
I'll
the
touch
special
base.
meeting.
thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Francie. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for the special meeting.
All right. Does anyone need a break, or we have our next guests here? Can we
Okay,
plug
thank you.
on?
Appreciate that.
Is that okay?
Ready to roll?
All right.
So I know.
I'll invite our Forest Service and CPW team to come up. Welcome.
You gotta show them the ropes there.
Yeah.
Red line means on.
Hi, welcome. Nice to meet you. And you pull a mic over, it'd be good, and red light on, so all the folk, it doesn't really project you in the room, but it lets the people at home pick up the feed.
Great.
So thanks. Hi. Nice to
Hey,
meet you.
Kelly. How you doing?
Good.
Hi, Kevin.
Patty.
It's
Hello,
really
Brian.
nice to see
Yeah,
you.
this is,
Hi,
so,
Brian, welcome.
meet and greet. So,
Meet and
Brian
greet.
Glassbell, the new, ish, I don't know, if you're still going by new, forest supervisor for the White River National Forest. Mainly just wanted to, get a chance for, Brian to meet all of you and vice versa. So, I'll kick it over to you.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us here. Nice to get a chance to meet everybody, and I'm happy to answer any general questions you have. I can tell you, I think, as you know, I'm pretty new in this role. I started in an acting capacity in March and transitioned into the permanent role beginning of June. So almost everything I do is still for the first time, but starting to get the lay of the land just a little bit. And I'm happy to share some sort of high-level stuff about, I guess, my professional priorities on the forest and where I see things headed, but not exactly sure what you're all
maybe
interested in
before-
hearing.
No, thanks. Maybe before that, I know it would help me to sort of get a sense of like the bureaucratic structure and how it fits in here for us in our region.
Sure. So I'm the forest supervisor on the White River National Forest. Kevin, as ranger, sits on our forest leadership team, and we have a handful of other rangers and a couple of hopefully not vacant too much longer staff officer positions that lead various program areas, all part of our leadership team. And then I sit within, at least for for the moment, a larger regional structure. My supervisor is the regional forester who leads the Forest Service in the 4-5 state Rocky Mountain region. I think you all have probably seen in the press that those Forest Service regions are likely to be reformulated or go away altogether over the next calendar year, and that's honestly one of the big challenges and opportunities for the near future here is managing through that transition, figuring out what our new national organization is going to look like, and how we fit in as a forest. The likely scenario is that there'll just be a lot fewer layers between me and whoever remains in Washington, D.C., and that's good in some ways and challenging in others, in that we won't have the same kind of professional level sort of technical support that we traditionally get from the regional office program leaders.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
3 questions, if I may. How are we doing? 2025 wildfire season? Any other large programs, Sunnyside-esque, coming up on the books would be number 1. So wildfires, number 1. Number 2, your thoughts on roadless rule and the potential rescission. And you can say pass, that's okay too. And number 3, I'll look at John Peacock, but at the beginning of the summer we said there's 3 things that we care about. We care about public safety, we care about public lands, and we care about the sort of user recreational experience. And I guess at this point in the summer, how do you think that's gone? So wildfire, roads, and user experience.
In
If I could
3
s-
minutes or less.
Yeah.
No, and you have half an hour, so please.
I'll ask for some of Kevin's help on all three of those, but maybe to start with wildfire. In my observation, I mean, knock on wood, but so far on the White River specifically, we had a relatively quiet year until very recently. The Lee and Elk fires by Meeker didn't actually get onto us, though they demanded a huge amount of staff time. And of course, we have a ranger station and a whole bunch of staff living in Meeker, and their personal lives were pretty upended for quite a while there. So that was sort of a unique situation of fire that wasn't on us, but nevertheless demanded a lot of Forest Service time. And now the Derby fire, nearest to Gypsum perhaps, that's ongoing. We're in the thick of it. The recent weather has certainly made things look a little better for the near-term future. And beyond that, it's been relatively quiet, although we've had a lot of
Twin Lakes?
The La Plata fire, I think is
Yeah.
what you're referring
Yeah.
to. It's on the San Isabel National
Okay,
Forest.
sorry.
And no, it's
Next
fine.
door.
No, and it's remained pretty small so far.
It's U.S. Forest
so,
Service, yeah.
So it's been, it has not been something that's taken up any of our time yet. Hopefully it stays that way and doesn't get larger. If at some point it starts to, look like it would push up closer to the pass or anything like that, that's when we would start to get more involved.
Thank you.
So you asked about Sunnyside, so you're talking prescribed burns?
Yeah.
Yeah, so prescribed burns, that's probably a little more in my bailiwick as far as where we're at. So we do have both combined mastication and prescribed fire project that we're looking at that is in the Sopers Creek area, I believe, if I'm thinking correct.
Yeah.
That's all in Picken County. And so that one's coming up, and it's probably our next most likely project. It's got, like I said, it has some real similarities. It's not close to town in the same way, but has some similarities where we're looking to do some mastication first and then use that as kind of buffers and to bring decrease the risk a little bit before putting some fire on the landscape.
West Cypress?
Sopers Mountain Ranch.
Close to
West
Sopers Mountain
Cypress,
Ranch,
yeah.
up
But
towards
not East Cypress,
up
West Cypress.
towards Dinkle Lake and up
Yeah.
in that area on the forest.
Your backyard.
Close-ish, yeah.
Yeah.
And so working with Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue, working with the collaborative as well. So really, just kind of in some ways doing a lot of the same things we've done before. Slightly different partners because we bring in Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue instead of Aspen Fire, but a lot of similarities as well. So that's the big one. We've got a couple others that we'll be looking at as well. We continue to look at that Broadridge one every year. We're just looking for that unicorn year when it's when everything's perfect, where we get to get out there and do that one again as well. So
Thank you.
I have a very
So,
simple
all of
question.
Jeffrey's questions got answered. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Jeffrey, did you get your?
we're good.
We skipped 2 and 3. 2 is if you, and you could say pass on road.
we can circle back if
You can finish this. Mine's a really easy one.
okay. Colorado roadless, I think was. I'll tell you, I spent most of my career in Alaska before coming here, and I saw the back and forth and the Alaska version of the roadless rule there, and I hope we don't get into a similar situation. But so far, the USDA/Forest Service action on the roadless rule is doesn't really apply here. So Colorado has Colorado roadless rule, and there are a number of unique aspects to that rule that differ from the national one, and so far it's sort of business as usual when it comes to roadless for us.
Thank you. And the third question was really around how's the summer going from we can call it user experience, but quality of lands and public safety, and then sort of user experience relative to staffing.
Sure. Specific to the Roaring Fork Valley, I will say, we've seen some of the things that we anticipated with 38% less staffing on the Aspen-Cypress Ranger District. We aren't always able to do the same level of work that we've done before. So that's mainly what we've seen so far. Is we've seen less trail clearing on some of our less popular trails, and we've seen just less presence across primarily in our wilderness areas. There wasn't a backfill option there. I did recently, I was out recreating on my own in Pitkin County on National Forest land, and I ran into Lynn, one of the I believe non-commissioned deputies that you guys hired, and the best thing is talking to Lynn. I talked to him for 5 or 10 minutes, just checking in with him, and that guy is loving his job.
I know he
Like,
does.
he absolutely loves his job, and I
great.
think it's going really well. It sounds like, from talking to him, from talking to my staff who've been working with him, that partnership and that model, at least for this first summer, trying that out, has worked really well. I can't exactly equate that to what the condition of the resources at this point, but I think we're doing a really good job at working together to have as much presence as we can out there, based on the what we all could bring to the table, and so and to have an employee who just loves doing that is just icing on the cake. So yeah, it's been I think that part's been good. We're still kind of in we just had a wholesale replacement of all of our staff at the Maroon Bell Scenic area, except for one. Basically, we weren't entirely sure we were going to be able to. Well, we couldn't afford at the beginning the whole season, and so we paid for what we could and hoped for the best. And something close, I won't call it the best, but something else came in, and we were able to use some additional dollars, and so we brought on a whole nother group of mostly young people to finish out the season, and they started within the month.
great.
And so some of them started 2 days ago, 3 days ago, but we've got a new group of folks up there. So I think that it's going to go well enough. And it sounds like, in some ways, I think there will be some improvements, because these folks are all new, so they haven't heard that same question over and over and over again. So it's new to them,
Give 'em a
and
couple
they'll bring a
days.
different vitality to it than you can if you were asked that thing 20 times already.
That's great news.
Yeah, so we were able to go ahead and bring staffing in there for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Great. Patty?
So, at my Aspen Chamber Resort Association meeting this morning, the mayor made a comment about further cuts in Forest Service staff, significant cuts that she felt were coming down the pipeline. Are you familiar with that new plan to further cut our incredible Forest Service workers?
I think the information that we have access to is the same as what you all have, and so there's definitely a plan to do this national level reorganization. That all came out in a memo from the secretary. There's some expectation that there'll be attrition as a result, people that don't want to move to some of the new hubs. We're certainly expecting that here in the Rocky Mountain region. Everything beyond that is
We don't know.
guesswork, honestly. But my best guesswork is that at the level of the White River National Forest, that our staffing right now will be very similar a year from now.
She led the board, the members of the board, of the ACRA board, to believe that there was like a significant staff cut. So maybe so it's more of a reorganization, who wants to stay on, who doesn't, who wants to move forward, who wants to move out. So, okay, so I feel a little more comfortable, because I don't know how much more of a hit we can take. As far as the deputy program that I think is really working well, I've shared that with Summit County, Eagle County, the Northwest Colorado Council of Government Counties. They were very intrigued, just did an interview. I sent the person on to John Peacock, so I don't know if you'll be hearing from her. She's with, I think, the public radio, maybe out of CSU, I want to say, or it could be C.
I think it's UNC.
UNC, yeah. And,
University of Northern Colorado,
Yes.
non-local.
yeah, that's right. We're going to talk acronyms. Jeffrey's the best at it, but I'll try. As far as what we've done here, and we also shared it with our congressional delegation, saying this might be a great model to we can move forward. Not that we would like to anticipate in the future, who knows when that would be, continuing to have to use local dollars to fund federal responsibilities. But for now, our concern is, as Jeffrey said, first and foremost is the safety of our public in the backcountry, safety of our forests, and safety of our forest workers. And the guest experience.
And John said it most eloquently. He started this conversation, I think, at the beginning of the summer with Kevin, so, yeah.
Yeah, it's great. And Lynn loves it out there. You talk to him and he's just like, yeah. It's great. And that transforms the people around him and the visitors that he comes in contact with. They feel that energy, and it's great energy. So, yeah.
Fancy.
Hire me next summer. I wanna be
Well,
outside
welcome,
all
Brian,
summer.
to sunny Colorado. You have quite a bit more sun than Alaska.
Do indeed, yes.
Except in June, it's pretty nice up there when the sun never goes down. But I wondering how you are adapting to this new, very popular national forest and new responsibilities you have, and the number of people.
Yeah, perhaps the jury's still out on that a little bit. I have my own opinion, but that's probably not the one that matters. But I think but we have just a really extraordinary staff, and I've worked enough other places to be able to say that with some experience behind it. It's a really great team. I think we've weathered the many changes since the beginning of this calendar year very well. And certainly for me personally, everyone has welcomed and supported me in the best possible way. So I'm feeling pretty good. And prior to this, I've had a taste of a couple things that are familiar here at smaller scale. I worked in Jackson Hole for a couple of years and managed a few high profile things there, and the level of community support and also just sort of interest in all the minutia of our business, was a shock to me initially there, and a little less so this time around because I've been there once. So all good. And there's no better place to land right now. I definitely one of my near-term priorities is to kind of keep the pressure on it and all the good work that Scott did, my predecessor, building relationships and partnerships. That's what makes this forest really unique in the nation. All the stuff going on right now with budgets and staffing, it certainly impacts us, but to some degree, it's kind of just noise because we have so much community support. We can look elsewhere to make things happen. I don't think that's necessarily the permanent solution, and I don't want to downplay the things that have changed for us this year, but still, this if you got to weather a storm, this is a good place to be.
Well, thank you for filling in for Scott, because that was a big loss for us, and I understand why you did it, but it was tough. Any news on Dinkle? And if you don't know what happens with Dinkle, who does?
No, Dinkle Lake, we were just, I was just talking with our Lands and Realty staff yesterday about the progress there, and the water rights owner has continued to work towards getting all of their ducks in a row to be able to go ahead and do that work on the dam to meet all the standards they're supposed to meet. And my understanding is that it should all come together and they should be able to do that work this fall before.
And then we could fill it.
So that they could then fill it and utilize that irrigation water again for next
And
next
it's
summer.
not the Thai Bar who owns the water rights?
I do not believe so, but I cannot recall for sure who it was.
Okay.
I'd sent you a note. I don't know if you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
An email or a text?
Ooh,
That's
it's-
okay.
It's
I'll
been a
look for
couple
it.
weeks. I slept too many times, Francis.
I'll look
Let
for
me,
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to jump in
Okay.
Yeah.
a little bit. And let me just jump in on that. I don't know if this is helpful, but the Colorado Basin Roundtable has over $300,000 for the water supply revolving fund that might be useful for projects like that. So if they're having a financial hiccup, they have a chunk of change, which is just
Okay.
ends up being a match to the state grant pot.
Okay.
So they have to get it from the roundtable first, and then can get more from the state. But I can help walk through that if that's ever useful, if that's part of what's hanging up those projects.
What happened to Dinkle Lake?
It's empty.
I didn't know anything
There's
about it.
some structural concerns about the dam, so they were informed that they needed to keep the water levels basically low, and that they needed to fix that. And so they've
Sounds
been
like
working.
another dam we have
Yeah.
up here.
And I did just want, I was curious, I'd love just sort of a broader introduction, Brian, about your background and everywhere you've been and any special projects that you're particularly proud of in your career. It would be great. We probably should have started with that. And then I have a programmatic question, if that's okay.
We want to know what happened in Jackson Hole.
Sure. Let's see, real broadly, I mentioned my Alaska experience. I grew up there and actually started my career with the Forest Service as a postdoc research social scientist in Missoula, where I went to grad school, and then transitioned from that to working for Fish and Wildlife Service as a social scientist, and then over the years moved into a variety of different management positions, and including manager at Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, and I guess on the list of things I'm relatively proud of, that's one of them. That during my time there, we completed the comprehensive conservation plan analogous to a forest plan, the high level EIS vision for how we would manage the place, and we had more than 1 million public comments through that NEPA process. Did a big national roadshow with public meetings in DC and all points in between. That was a real deep dive for me into marrying up the technical aspects of managing a landscape with massive political and public interest, and so that was a great experience. And living in a sort of political kind of crucible for a while there was pretty interesting as well. And I went straight from there to Jackson Hole, partly out of personal interest to try something different. Arctic Refuge is 20 million acres, and the National Elk Refuge in Jackson is 25,000. It's nice to be able to wrap my hands
Orders of
around a
magnitude.
place. But while I was there, I was chair of the Greater Yellowstone Coordinating Committee, which is all the federal land managers in that ecosystem, on this group to manage that place as one larger ecosystem and landscape. And so you have Yellowstone National Park and Grand Teton National Park and the Bridger Teton National Forest and all those units. And once again, that was a very high profile, tremendous amount of public and political interest, different in 100 ways from Arctic Refuge, but also pretty familiar in some ways.
And you have an airport.
Yeah, a busy
Jackson
one.
Hole,
It's
the
kind of
airport-
like
the
here. It's all
airport's-
private jets, but
We can relax. So
yeah.
The airport is on federal land there, correct?
it's it is. That's the Park Service, but interestingly, their principal safe flight path goes over the refuge. So I sat on the airport board because every time there was a new flight or carrier or any change to anything proposed, we had to give it the thumbs
Well,
up.
we have an airport here.
Let the poor guy stay in one controversy, right?
Yeah.
We'll break you in a little bit first.
Just real quick, I just wanted to, so I worked for the Sierra Club. I probably generated some of those Arctic National Wildlife comments that came your way. But I did want to just highlight, we have had a long-standing effort to have the Crystal River designated as a wild and scenic river, and the Forest Service is the managing unit that would take on that management plan. And so happy to chat more about where that effort is all at. But it's been many decade priority for this board, and there's a lot of community action conversation around that as well. So
We're getting more rain.
Sure.
Francie, I'll go to you, and then Jeffrey.
Well, now you're in a national forest that's 10 times the size of the one in Jackson. With 12 ski areas, and the most visited national park in the country. So I just wanted to say that we have a lot of concern here, I think throughout the White River, of the western slope actually, that we are loving our wilderness to death, and that the number of visitors is already practically unsustainable. It is unsustainable, and we do have an organization, I think it's called Recreation and Conservation. Conservation and Recreation.
Is that the new?
It's the, the one with, Jennifer's been at a couple of the meetings, and
RFOC, Roaring
Yeah, what's it stand for?
Outdoor Coalition, I think. Maybe.
yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but anyway, it's basically looking at how do we sustain conservation with so much recreation. So I just saying that that's one of our major concerns here. Up in the Upper Valley here in the Roaring Fork, our tourist level's super high, and our trails are well used, and our parking lots are overflowing. So just wanted to say that.
I think that we were on the cusp 2 years ago of initiating a forest plan revision, and my understanding is, Scott's vision for that is that it would take a pretty deep dive into recreation management and put that focus on the forest plan in a way that's commensurate with being the most visited national forest in the nation. Right now, our plan is, I think it's 2002, right?
Yes.
And like many forest plans, there's a lot of stuff about timber and other things that are certainly priorities for us, but not on the scale of recreation. So that's high on my list of things to reinvigorate when we have the support to do it. There's a little bit of strategy there in terms of when we might want to initiate that effort, and thinking about the broader environment that we're working in, but ideally we jump back into that within the next couple of years and tackle some of the outstanding recreation management issues.
2.5 years would probably be just about right.
Just about right. Mm-hmm.
All right, Jeffrey.
Yeah, so
We'll close up pretty soon here.
we had one other question at the board level, which was we had a presentation last week by the Community Office for Resource Efficiency. This board funds CORE through our outdoor offset program, for lack of using an acronym. And they have a current EA, I think, with you for the methane capture at Coal Basin. Mm-hmm. So this board, while you're in front of us, would love to express some support in moving that forward, in that they have a $700,000 grant from the Governor's Energy Office to do that coal methane capture. So sorry for the plug, but we would love your support in moving that forward, given the money is outstanding from the state of Colorado.
And we have a cell tower up in Marble, and we.
There's a few things going on.
And a lift or two, yeah. Yeah, but thank you. Nice to meet you as well.
And I'll just say, I'll let you give any last closing remarks, but I'll just say
So
I
nice to
took
meet you.
some friends who are fellow Coloradans but had never been up to the Maroon Bells recently, and had a very lovely time. It was very easy to buy our tickets, get on the shuttle, follow all the accommodations, and staff and volunteers were very present, and except for maybe some more weeds than I've seen in the past, I think we had just as good of a time as I've ever had. So I think despite all the hardship, it's still running pretty well up there this summer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When
And
did
we
you guys
don't
go?
have grizzly bears.
The 8th or
Couple weeks
9th,
ago?
whatever the Friday was
Okay.
there.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get this. I mean, you guys understand this, but right about now, or like a week or so ago, we get this little lull there, and they get a chance to breathe. And then in another couple weeks, when the leaves really do start to change, then it'll ramp up for about 3 weeks or so, and then it'll kind of ramp back
I
down
think it
again.
was
So
still busy time. The
Yeah.
shuttle was pretty full and
Good,
most
good,
slots
yeah.
were sold out.
We're feeling the lull right now, which is an okay thing for folks, because like I said, it'll ramp up here.
Take a breath and start over.
Take a breath, yeah.
Yeah, we saw a bull moose. It kept all the little kids very motivated on their hike to get up to the lake and see the bull moose. So that was good. And just any last comments from you guys?
I have a couple, but do you want to share anything?
Go for it.
Yeah. I guess I would say, first of all, thank you. I'm deeply aware of the close relationships Kevin has here, and really appreciate the support and interest. It's, I won't say more important, but it's as important as ever. And I think I've talked quite a bit with Scott about this, actually. So many of the changes that we've seen this year, good, bad, or otherwise, we haven't actually seen the effects yet. It's going to take some time from regulatory changes and our own policy regarding how we implement NEPA, weedy government stuff, up to staffing and budget and everything else. We just haven't really seen what that's going to mean for us. So I guess I'd ask you to keep watching close what we're up to, and we'll continue to communicate everything as we know it. But I think there's the real weight of things, again, good or bad, is yet to land.
Well, that's terrible. But thanks for the warning.
But at least we know you better now to work through it.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Great
Yeah,
to see you
great to
both.
meet you.
Yeah,
Thanks so
thank
much.
you.
And where
Kevin,
are you
thanks for the
living?
work you're
Yeah.
doing.
Are we going to run
Absolutely.
into you in walks around town?
Yeah, so I'm splitting my time. My wife works for the county, in Lake County. We have a home in Leadville, and I spend the week in Glenwood Springs, where our main office is. So
Okay, great. All right, well, nice to see you. Thank you.
thank you.
Great, thanks.
Love Leadville. I'm gonna give you, Kevin knows how to find me, but, yeah. It's really nice to meet you.
Thank you.
You couldn't get Alaska out of your system, so you moved to Leadville.
There's
Thank
truth to
you.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
And I may have you set the
Yeah,
stage.
I'm happy to.
All right. Can I welcome up Dustin Shiflett with the Department of Ag? Come on up. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming here on this lovely, dreary afternoon.
It's nice to see rain, right?
Oh, it's great.
I love it. I love this weather.
Wonderful, wonderful.
And I'll turn it over actually to Jeffrey to kind of set the context, because this was your interest and introduction, and we're happy to have you and learn more about this topic. So Jeffrey, go ahead.
I'll let Dustin do a proper introduction of himself, but Dustin's with the Colorado Department of Agriculture, and we met at dinner with Kate Greenberg. Francie was there with Ty at Hominy a couple weeks ago, and the conversation, of course, went to carcass management, as you do over a cauliflower steak.
Right.
What else do you talk about? And all the ranchers are like, what do you mean? That's not a steak. You can't call cauliflower a steak. But as a follow-up to that meeting, we reached out to both Garfield and Eagle, and we were having a conversation about non-lethal deterrence and what else we could do as a community in terms of carcass management, given we now live with state-introduced wolves.
And other wolves.
And other wolves.
Well, thanks, Dustin.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having me. My name's Dustin Shiflett. I'm the Non-Lethal Conflict Reduction Program Manager for the Colorado Department of Agriculture.
Quite a title.
It is. It's quite a title. So, and they said
Non-lethal. I'm like, okay, it's good to hear.
it's been a year.
And
2024, June of 2024 is when I started the position, and my supervisor then said, "If you can think of a shorter title,
Go
come up
for
with-"
it.
And I haven't yet. So.
The hot sheet.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I do have a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation, but I don't want to bore you with that. We can just roll, just having a conversation, if that's all right with you guys. And, I kind of want to take the focus So we have a wildly important goals at the Colorado Department of Agriculture, which are set by the governor's office, which we have to obtain and meet every year. So ours is the non-lethal conflict reduction and carnivore management program, but Colorado Department of Agriculture is so much more than that. So I'd be remiss not to mention the other goals before we dive into those. So I want to acknowledge the national and international market access program that the Colorado Department of Agriculture does, the development of agricultural leaders in the state of Colorado, advancing the Colorado Water Plan, and then providing education on animal mistreatment and livestock theft. So a lot of different arenas that the Colorado Department of Agriculture is in, aside from the non-lethal wolf conflict reduction program. But we are going to be discussing that today. So we'll jump right in. Today I wanted to define what the problem was and go over some technical management solutions that may mitigate the problem and the resources that CDA has to mitigate the problem. And at any time when I'm talking, please feel free to interrupt me and ask a question. We'll have questions at the end. I have some handouts, and yeah, we'll go from there if that works for you guys. So defining the problem is, and it wasn't a problem until wolves were on the ground. The historic dead pits in the fresh dead of livestock carcasses serve as an attractant to predators, and that sets off the olfactory process in that predator. So that elicits a response from the predator to look for that meal. And then the historic bone piles from these carcass pits also serve as a visual attractant. And sometimes, you know, a dog will just look at that, and I should say wolf, sorry, dog. Wolves would look at that as a, hey, what's that? And they need chew toys just like any dog does. So they'll take those bones back to their den. They're looking for that and have their pups chew on them and things like that. So that's the problem, is to try and get these areas cleaned up, these historic dead pits and carcasses and things like that. So our memorandum of understanding with Colorado Parks and Wildlife was signed in 2023, November 2023. So under that, we're tasked with technical assistance in carcass management for the livestock producers in the state of Colorado. So in December of 2024, we released the best management practices for carcass management. And we needed to, develop and implement carcass management technical assistance. So those best management practices are here. And did you guys get a copy of those?
I have my copies.
Okay,
printed
all
out
right.
in front of
Did
me.
anybody else want a copy of the
Sure,
best management
I
practice?
have
Okay.
quite a few things like that, but I'll take that.
Okay.
And these were added to our packet, so thank you
Okay,
for sending
yeah.
them
Yeah.
ahead of time.
You can pass them out to friends. Pass this one.
But not over dinner.
I did look at it in the package.
Look at that store, my goodness gracious. Yay.
Fabulous. So great.
So when are the alerts about
not
rock
letting you
slides
burn
on
it.
133 coming at us?
Thanks.
And then also with that best management practices for carcass management, we recently came up with the biosecurity best management practices as well, because we anticipate that communities will get together and they will. Do you mind passing those around? They'll get together and they'll get like a company to haul carcasses from different places, and then maybe that one company will take the carcasses to landscapes and take that burden off of. But we can talk about that in a little bit later as far as what to do next in this program. So we just released the best management practices for biosecurity, and that was kind of a call to the highly pathogenic avian influenza that was going on and all the dairies and the problems that we had in 2024. So we want to make sure that biosecurity's taken care of, especially if somebody's going around to different operations collecting carcasses on the landscape. So we're committed to animal health and welfare. That's one of our, that's in our mission statement. We're committed to promote agriculture in the state of Colorado. And one proactive approach to animal health and welfare is carcass management. Department of Agriculture understands that the carcass management is not a one-size-fits-all, especially given the landscapes that we have in Colorado. So we understand that, and it's important to know that these are recommendations. These aren't mandates, these aren't regulations, these are recommendations from what we could find from other states. And a good way to think about the best management practices for carcass management is the good is to remove the carcass away from the livestock, or the livestock away from the carcass, if feasible. And it's we know that's not feasible all the time either, but that good practice happens when you're on the landscape, when you're on allotment, or you're on range, and you can't get that carcass removed. So maybe you can get that livestock away from the carcass as much as you can, or isolate the carcass with an electric fence until you can go back to that area. And we've worked with National Forest, we've worked with some other people, and they're working with producers on allotments and moving their grazing around, their rotations around a little bit more. So hopefully that's trickling down to the producers. I need to have another conversation with BLM and Forest Service about that, but hopefully that's all working out for them. The better practice is to bury that carcass. So if you have the equipment, you can bury that carcass. We want a 2-foot cover. That's in that biosecurity, 2-foot cover on that carcass. And then the best practice is to remove the carcass completely off the landscape. Again, recommendations, not everybody has a landfill in their county, which is one of the reasons why we're doing this. You guys are the first of 30 counties that I have to visit with, and different commissioners, and having this conversation about what we want to do in your specific county for carcass management and livestock producers.
Does our landfill take carcasses?
It does.
Yes, it does.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Yeah, I also send a questionnaire out. Did you guys get
Yeah,
that?
I tried to
Okay.
answer them, but I didn't.
I didn't know.
Okay.
I tried, I got the date out there, that was the
No,
best
that's
part I
fine.
could
So that's a start, right? So that's what we're
get.
doing.
Yes, we have a
Just to
landfill.
answer Francie's question, from Tyler and from Brian, we accept carcasses within the landfill itself, and we do this quite a bit with private users as well as CPW. However, we cannot accept those carcasses within our composting operation. We're a Class 3 facility, but are not permitted for carcass composting at this time.
What happens to them?
We could push the state for an amendment to allow that, but it isn't part of the plan at this point, and that's from Tyler.
Okay.
And I think I shared that with you.
Great.
We have a burial site for carcasses at the landfill.
So they do accept carcasses at the landfill. So we do have in Pitkin County, we do have an avenue to remove the carcass. And that removal, the best practice is to remove that carcass. And we're talking about when that livestock's around the home place, during calving or lambing season, and you might have maybe you have time to do that. So, so basically cleaning up historic pits, bone piles, and then remove that carcass from that area that's in your general vicinity of where you're lambing or calving is pretty important in keeping those wolves set around consolidated livestock. So, and then there's considerations when transportation of carcasses. So especially one vehicle picking up several carcasses from different livestock operations, and that's why we came up with those biosecurity best management practices. That goes over personal protective equipment, cleaning and disinfection, loading, transportation, unloading, and burial of the carcass. What we went over for best management practices of carcass management. So, biosecurity measures. CDA has resources, 3 full-time non-lethal program staff members, outreach and educational opportunities we gave one to Pitkin County, Aspen, I think that was in December, with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Wildlife Services, and Colorado State University. We're more than willing to come back over here and give another program like that if need be. I know a lot of, I think a lot of residents, a lot of town residents attended that. Out of curiosity, how many agricultural livestock producers does Pitkin County have? Do we?
I don't know how many individual ones there are. We just had a count recently of 3,400 cattle
Okay.
in the area. Actual number of producers is always higher than I think it's going to be.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not heavily ranched, and a lot of our ranches are owned by wealthy investors or people who live here who don't actually ranch it themselves, but they lease it out. So a lot of the land is leased to active ranchers.
Okay. All right.
So maybe dozens, but not hundreds.
Yeah.
Dozens. Okay. Well, dozens is good enough. One's good enough.
Wait, you did a program here in December? Who attended? This is
What?
the first
Was it-
time. You were saying you were here.
In December.
Specifics.
You mean the one at the library?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
So, and you went over this carcass management. This is the first I've heard about it.
Yeah. Yeah, we went over carcass management. We went over all a suite of non-lethal tools. Colorado Parks and Wildlife was there going over what they had. Wildlife Services was going over guardian
So it was
dogs.
broader than just.
Yeah,
your
it was these road shows that we do, these outreach and educational opportunities that we provide. They're usually a 2 to 4 hour presentation on the different organizations.
So are you being proactive then, or do we have a problem with carcass management in Pitkin County that we need to be more proactive about? In fact, I've been here for a long time, been on this board for a long time. This is the first it's come
This
to
is
my
a
attention.
proactive to let producers know that there's something proactive that they may be able to do on the landscape to help with depredations.
Okay.
That's what this is, and then it's what I want to do is talk about the now, what we're doing now for carcass management and livestock producers in each county, what we can do for them in the future, and what the county wants to see the state help with, as well as what we can do to partner and help the livestock producers in your county. So that's what this is about.
I was just concerned we had a lot of dead cows hanging out
Oh.
there. And we didn't know what to do with them, so,
Not
Maybe we didn't care about them as much before the world.
yeah, it's
showed
better to be on the proactive side of it, and Francie's probably the one who knows.
Definitely have some boneyards.
And I think, Jeffrey, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I wanted to circle back on your question. So 84% of land in Pitkin County, or 8045, is federal and state land. We're home to 116 farms with over 36,000 acres of agricultural land devoted to hay, grazing, cattle, and sheep, with 4,100 cattle and calves and several hundred sheep. So that's the nutshell largely from open space and trails, but put that together.
No, thank you for that.
Where
And
did
so-
where did those numbers come from?
Largely working with open space and trails, at looking at ag and ranching land in the valley.
I would say the majority of our,
4,100 has to be cows and calves.
yeah,
Yeah.
I would say the majority of our ag lands are used for ag purposes, not so much for ranching or
What do you mean?
growing hay, growing wheat. Now we have sustainable farms rather than fields of cows and lambs and,
Well, I think the majority is probably pasture,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
but with cows.
Oh,
Not year-round, though, because they go up on the forest land.
yeah.
Right.
Just, sorry to give that high level.
No, great.
I mean, I think the board would love to hear, what does fiscal year '26 look like with CDA on the ground in Pitkin? One, how does your program work with range riders? Two, and then having read the lethal removal of 2405 specifically, it was a very balanced report in that there was, they didn't associate the depredation with anything on the ground. So it wasn't like our Capitol Creek ranchers have pits. So
Right.
that everyone is acting properly. So I guess the
Yeah.
question is, what do we expect from CDA in '26? What else can we expect, both from the non-lethal program, but also from the range riders?
Yeah. So in '26, again, we have a rider right now up Capitol Creek riding, CDA rider, and we have two range riders from CDA. One's riding in North Park right now. So you can expect more of that. Colorado Department of Agriculture's role in the range riding, so that started in October. We hired a facilitator with Department of Ag and Colorado Parks and Wildlife to hammer out a state range riding program. So that's what we're going with. We as the Department of Ag, are the only ones that have 2 full-time state range riders in the state of Colorado at the moment. And then we have the contracted riders. So I'm instrumental in all of that as far as the range riding goes, as far as hiring the contracted riders, contacting local livestock associations where those riders might be needed, and then getting them on the interview panel. So the contracted riders are vetted. And then we went to 2 different states. We went to Montana and we went to Arizona before we developed the range riding training curriculum. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to go to the 1-day riding training in Garfield or in Glenwood Springs at the end of January. That was January 30th, I believe. But then we had the 4-day training. And that 4-day training was focused more on people that were going to be funded by the state of Colorado to ride in the state of Colorado. And then we had subject matter experts from all over the different states, Washington, Wyoming, Montana, Arizona, New Mexico, come up and teach the riders that were going to be paid through the state how to ride for the predator versus riding the herd. So all of the contracted riders that we hired, Colorado Parks and Wildlife are funding those riders through the license plate funding, and that'll continue to go on. They got approved for funding again. So that's going to be going on in the fiscal year 26 as well, and I don't think they're going to be cutting that program, because I do think, and I hate to use the word success, okay, that's pretty subjective, but it has, I think the producers like that program, and maybe it helps alleviate a little bit of pressure on that producer from having to be up there all the time with their livestock. I live in Plateau Valley. I don't know if I'd call that a sister valley to the Roaring Fork Valley, but it's a valley full of producers. We have a lot of producers around that 300, 500 cow-calf pair operations. You know, this is a different way of life for them. Those producers would put their cattle up on the Forest Service in the summer. They'd irrigate their fields, you know, and leave those cattle up there in their allotments, historic allotments, been in their family for decades. And then those cows wouldn't usually need driven down. I mean, they would, but they usually know when it's time to come home in the fall. So there's a different predator on the landscape that needs attention, and I think that's why this range rider program's done all right so far. By no means is it perfect, but we'll evolve that program and develop a more robust program in 26 and going forward. So that's the plan for 26. As far as your comment about the wolf, what'd you want to know about that?
Range riders are not responsible for lethal removal of the next wolf.
No.
So it's CPW.
No, CPW, yeah. CPW or Wildlife Service is responsible for that.
Thank you.
So, yep.
Well, I mean, just say that for our operation, for instance, when the cows are up in the high country, we have somebody up there all the time and have for years. It's not like we let them loose and go back and get them in the fall.
Right. Yeah. No, I just know. I mean, I know a lot of producers do that. You know, and Francie, do you guys hire a pool rider? Do you guys have pool riders?
No,
here?
but we have enough people who go up on a regular basis.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we got a couple cattle pools. They have a hard time finding pool riders, let alone, you know, having the time or devoted the time to go up on the. So I know they're haying and irrigating a lot of hay ground and stuff like that. So
That's true. We have a pool permit, though. I mean, we have several, so we have to get people to take turns and go up.
Okay. All right. Great. Yeah. No. So anyway, it's a new challenge on the landscape that that hopefully the range riders are helping alleviate a little bit, you know. So, so next steps though, to go into the resources, we did give out $255,000 to 8 different counties and livestock organizations in 24-25 in the form of grants to help with carcass management programs. Garpit has one of those grants. It was $35,000. So I know that some people have bone piles and carcass pits. They have money to help bury those or dispose of that stuff. So I'd call Garpit Conservation District and ask them if they have any more funding available for that.
Not call you?
No, CDA gave them the grant. We gave them $35,000, and then
To whom?
Garpit Conservation District, Emily Schwaller.
Oh, Emily.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so it'd be Mount Sopris.
Jeffrey, you had another question?
Yeah, Duncan, the question for you is anything, so part of the management program for the release of wolves is really about maintaining the relationship with CPW, maintaining the relationship with CPW in the community. What else can we do as Pitkin to maintain that relationship with CDA as well? So again, appreciate the dinner with Kate and yourself and the introduction.
Right.
What else do you need from the county? Do you need answers from Tyler and Brian over at Solid Waste Center? What else, what else strategically can we do in 2026?
Yeah, so we're gonna run out of funding. I mean, we might have some matching money for carcass management. I don't know. Don't quote me on that, anybody. So, but what can Pitkin County do? I would ask, what does Pitkin County want to see from the state when it comes to carcass management or when it comes to range riding? And then what would they want to do for their livestock producers in the realm of like carcass management or range riding program? Because this isn't a problem that's not a problem. I didn't mean to say that. This isn't a situation it's not going to go away. They're going to continue to have more and more wolves. And I'm sure you guys have all heard about the budget shortfall in the state of Colorado right now, and that's going to be a continued issue for the next couple of years or foreseeable future. Let's just say that. I don't want to put a timeline on it. So does the county have any capacity to help with carcass management or range riding or anything like that for livestock producers in the county?
don't
Did I
think we can
answer your
that
question with the
currently,
question?
But we can contemplate that question for sure. Is there, I'm just curious, is there like a startup cost to this? Like is there carcass management concerns that, if we deal with those, then we're on a better footing moving forward that you know of in Pitkin County? Or
Yeah, so that's low hanging fruit. That's a proactive approach before we have a problem with a wolf localizing. And if there's a want and a need in your county for wildlife to be wildlife, I think there's definitely a want or need from the producer to get some sort of compensation to maybe help alleviate some of the issues that they may have from wolves localizing on their areas. And I know a lot of livestock producers in the state of Colorado are working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I haven't seen a more resilient group of people. And they continue to come to the table, and they continue to work with the Parks and Wildlife and the Colorado Department of Agriculture in trying to resolve these issues. So,
I guess I'm just wondering, do we have producers who have carcass pits where they're like, oh my God, this is going to turn into an attractant for us. We need to deal with this right now,
You'll have some that have already dealt with it. Mm-hmm. You'll have some that will want compensated for working to deal with it. And then you'll have some that don't want to do anything. It's just like any subject. So you'll have some different tiers of livestock producers that want to do different things with their operation to try and make it more resilient to wolf predation. So
Okay.
I've found, and you can talk to Emily Schwaller, but I've found that it's slow to go out of the gate. That compensation program was a little slow to go out of the gate and catch on. But when you get X amount of dollars for burying a carcass or X amount of dollars for hauling a carcass away, and you're paying that producer for their time to do that and compensating them correctly, then they're willing to work with you and help with that burden. So I just as far as us communicating with the county, this is a good start. That dinner's a good start, Jeffrey, but you guys are more than welcome to call me anytime on this issue. And we do need to communicate more with the county commissioners and have a better relationship with them as well. That's kind of why this was brought forth, and again, this is another wildly important goal for myself. Another thing that we have to do. So we're going to reach out to Club 20 as well and start having a conversation with them, and then try and patch up that county relationship that state might not have done so well in 2024 with the comment maybe at the CCI meeting. Whatever. So, anyway, so hopefully we can resolve some of these issues and work together going forward. But I know that the livestock producers need some representation, and that CDA is there to represent them. So, and like I said, anytime you guys have any questions about any of our programs, feel free to, or if you have questions about Colorado Parks and Wildlife program and as it pertains to wolves and maybe whatever. That's what we did for the producers on the site assessments. We can do site assessment. Parks and Wildlife can do site assessment. Wildlife Services do a site assessment. So which one do you feel comfortable with doing your site assessment and being on your property? So,
good.
yeah.
Last questions for Dustin.
Thanks for coming.
Rarely I sit at this table and learn something I know nothing about, and this has been incredibly informative. So thank you.
Yep. And if you guys can or will or fill that questionnaire out and maybe get it back to me, and that way
Most of it is over
Yeah.
our heads.
I think we can sort out how to centralize that.
yeah we
Get
went
you
to
one answer.
yeah we went to Montana in last September 2024. Went to the Blackfoot Challenge. I'm sure you guys might have heard of the Blackfoot Challenge. Anyway, they have a carcass composting pit up there, and that's devoted to just livestock carcasses.
Where?
And it's just north of Missoula, northeast of Missoula. It's a nonprofit Blackfoot Challenge. They deal with water issues and all sorts of different issues. They've been doing this for about 30 years now up there. And the carcass composting pit that they have, we tried to bring that model down to Jackson County. And the funny thing, when we were up in Montana, we were up at this carcass composting pit, and Seth Wilson runs it, and he's the executive director of Blackfoot Challenge. And producers can just dump their carcasses off, open the gates, use the loader, dump them off. Anyway, chronic wasting disease. So cross-contamination, when we were up there, that happened. So they had locked the gates to the producers. We tried to bring the carcass composting pit model down to Jackson County. We thought it was going to be about $120,000, and it ballooned up. CDPHE got involved, and it was about $350,000 to $400,000 to do a carcass composting pit model like that of the Blackfoot Challenge. So that's 5 years down the road if Pitkin County would want to see that, and that's why I'm here today as well. You guys start thinking about what you want to see, and then that questionnaire will help me know. So maybe at some point I can take it back before a legislative session and say, hey, 30 counties need this. Or a half a dozen counties don't have landfills and they want a landfill. And this is how much money we're looking at to fund carcass management.
Good
in Western
luck.
Slope. Yeah, exactly.
I think most of these questions need to be answered by a landfill. I mean, I don't know how many dead trucks we
So-
have.
Well,
Do you?
so the board will take it back to, via John and Brian and Tyler and complete it, so.
Yeah, because,
I think, again, we shared with Dustin an initial attack, which is just high level, that yes, we accept them. Garfield also said, yes, we accept them. Smalls are $5 and larges are 15.
Yeah.
They didn't define those terms, but, so we were reaching out to other jurisdictions to see what their policies are, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
But-
thank you. Very
Yeah.
nice to
Thanks.
have you.
Thank
Nice
you.
to meet
Appreciate
you.
coming
Here's
up.
the business cards and pass those around. Thank
All
you.
right, why don't we go ahead and have a few minute break? We're scheduled to resume at 3:15.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the time.
up there.
Oh, yeah.
right, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, August 26th. We are going to talk about legislative priorities with our management analyst, Levi Borst, who's taken the helm on this body of work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Levi Borst, Management Analyst with Pickens County. And this meeting should be hopefully fairly brief. It's a follow-up from our August 12th Legislative Updates meeting, where we talked about some of the legislative priorities one of our member organizations, called Commissioners and Counties Acting Together, or CCAT if we like the acronyms, are exploring during the interim session ahead of the 2026 legislative session. So I've only got 15 minutes. I'll just kind of jump in quickly. These were the 8 different priority items that came from the CCAT summer retreat that Jeffrey and I were attending. And CCAT asked each jurisdiction to submit a survey, basically prioritizing these in terms of yes, no, not now, or abstain, and then also to rank them on a scale of kind of 1 to 5 in terms of levels of importance. So I sent each of you individually a survey. Thank you all for completing it. And that survey modeled the exact same structure that the CCAT survey follows. So whoever submits that survey will see those questions exactly as I sent them in the survey, with the yes, no, not right now, and abstain options, and then also a 1 to 5. So with each of your results, I compiled those so we can see how the board voted sort of as a body on each of those. I think Commissioner Poshman is on vacation, so I got 4 out of 5 responses. And then the last slide kind of has a chart that compares each one of those 8 different sort of policy directives, so you can see how they compared to each other as a combined vote of the board. So the first area was Prop 123 adjustments. 3 yes, 1 abstain, and then you can kind of see on a scale of 1 to 5 how you all voted. And I don't know if there's discussion if we want to do it with each individual item or if we want to do it at the end to kind of see how the results compared to each other.
So you need direction on how to interpret this to complete the CCAT survey.
When we get to the end, I'll only need clarification on a couple that were kind of borderline ties to say yay or nay. So
Did
these
you
are,
average these at all?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be in that slide at the end.
Thank you.
So I'll just blitz through each one of these, I suppose. Yes, in God's backyard, which is of course has some zoning, some approvals consequences, some land use consequences. We had 2 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain. And then the scores of on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being least important, 5 being most important. And of course, these are all hypothetical. We haven't even seen draft legislation on any of these, so I don't have any clue how they've changed or what's different this year. They're just sort of grumblings that we hear will be coming back. Land use legislation, no surprise there. Everybody said yes, and it ranked really highly in terms of importance. Again, we don't know what that is, but if anybody's had the pleasure of that survey or the growth report thing from DOLA, that's just laced with opportunities for the governor's office to introduce legislation. 1041 powers.
What do you mean by that? Like what kind of legislation?
Well, the guesses are maybe changing state statute to remove some 1041 authorities of local governments, maybe changing some annexation things that will allow more sprawl from municipalities into unincorporated areas. Really, when you go through that strategic growth report, it's, was it 30 pages of an entire column listed as challenges, and each one of those challenges could be a bill title of ways that local government is the enemy of the governor's growth agenda. So,
And it received a ringing endorsement from the coalition of groups which we normally would be aligned with, like SWEEP, and some of the housing advocates that we've kind of been on opposite sides of the continuum in years past.
and maybe we're just being a little paranoid, but it looks like 213 and 1255 sort of writing on the wall, so
Yes.
it's worth staying ahead of that one. Recreational Tax Authority. So this is not completely dissimilar from an excise tax idea, only a much more narrow scope. And this came from Clear Creek County, excuse me. And we had 2 yes and 2 not at this time, but for future policy conversations. And for what it's worth, Boulder County has excise tax approval as one of their submitted CCI legislative priorities. And so should that move forward, I think it fully takes the place of this, but in absence of that, Clear Creek County has this to fall back on. So we had 50-50 yes and no, and then the ranking of importance.
And sorry, just to add the color on that one, Clear Creek has looked to Pitkin for support on that one. So it's sort of a friendly from George.
Sure, yeah. I think we've been pretty supportive of all things revenue diversification, so I think it probably aligns with that, at least philosophically, maybe. HR1, Human Services and Healthcare Impacts. Obviously, everybody says yes, and then you can see it also ranks, I think that was the most highly ranked. There's one bill in the special session that talks about reinsurance, but I think that's kind of a Band-Aid, and that's more on the enterprise health insurance side as opposed to what we're going to do about Medicaid and SNAP side. Homeowners access insurance enterprises, so the wildfire and hail enterprises we saw from last year. I'm not clear how this is going to be different from last year's, but it sounds like Commissioner Conway is interested in bringing back some new version of it. So 3 yes, 1 not at this time, and I copied that one twice. Sorry, I have the results in the end. Large county elections, not something that specifically affects us aside from the amount of bandwidth it takes up at each one of these member organizations and the amount of consternation it causes in the legislature overall. 2 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain, and a relatively low importance score. Oh, I did that twice? You have to be kidding me. Then ranked choice voting, we had 2 yes and 2 no. So, as promised, kind of a summary slide. Prop 1, 2, 3, 3 yes, 1 abstain, average importance of 3 1/3. Yes in God's backyard, 2 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain, a score of 3. Land use legislation was 4 yes and 4.25. Recreational Tax Authority, 2 yes, 2 not now, and a score of 3.66. HR1, impacts to human services, 4 yes and 4.75. Homeowners insurance enterprises, 3 yes, 1 not now, 4.3. Large county elections, 2 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain, 1.6, and ranked choice voting, 2 yes, 2 no, and 3.66. So it's pretty easy to look at these combined scores and say I could fill out the survey, with whatever wins, right? If 3 yes and 1 abstain, then do we support this as a conglomerate? We could say yes. And then for the scores or a relative importance, I can just use the numbers and round them for our scores. But like in the case of Recreational Tax Authority, we have 2 yes and 2 not now. And so that's kind of splitting the line of do we want to say yes we support or no we don't support now. And then ranked choice voting is kind of in a similar bucket where because we got 4 responses, I don't have a tiebreaker. So I think that's where I would open the floor to hopefully some fiery discussion about each one of these.
Jeffrey?
I mean, it seems to me what's standing out are the 4 middle. So from land use, rec tax, HR1, and homeowners insurance would, in my mind, be the most important. Homeowners insurance, at a personal level, mine's only up 400% in the last 2 years. So 100% a year for 2 years. The previous bills and legislation really only address wildfire. They don't address hail. It seems to me that would be potentially of significant interest to this valley. So to me, the four in the middle seem to be standing out potentially as most impactful to our neighbors.
And I think CCAT will combine all the results from their member organizations the same way that I have here. And then whichever ones rank top 2 or top 3 are the ones where they'll spend the most amount of their bandwidth, at least in the interim, until we've got tangible bills to deal with.
I might suggest that we follow your idea and kind of round them, maybe with the exception of the 2 3 6 6s, which we would round down since they're kind of a split. And so that would put, you would say yes to all of them, but you'd rank the importance of them as a 3, a 3, a 4, a 3, a 5, a 4, a 2, and a 3. No? Do you care?
You're like grading with a curve that, I'm not taking you as a teacher. Like, oh, let me round down. Like, I really studied for this.
Well, I'm just rounding down because it's
I get it.
complete opposites. They should be more split down the middle. It really should be like a 2.5.
Right.
So that was my suggestion
That's sure easy.
and my reasoning behind it.
Well, I think that we should definitely stress, however that looks, land use legislation and HR 1 impacts, but I think Prop 123 is something that we care about. Homeowners insurance, I mean, I think, I think the only ones that we don't feel strongly about really are God's backyard and large county elections. Not that we don't care about them, but maybe not right now. I'd hate to see others dropped. So, or maybe ranked choice voting. I don't know. I definitely think, even though it's a little higher than Prop 123, I'm sort of surprised. But anyway,
Well,
I
again,
think you
that's
could
just
just
because
depend on the numbers, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
And-
I think the value is probably more in the number than it is the yes, because there's only kind of yes later, yes now, no, abstain. I
You mean
think,
the priority number?
yeah, in the average importance number. My guess would be most people in CCAT will say, yes, we support all 8 of these, but then on a scale of 1 to 5, how much do we support them?
And I think that some of the difference here is bills that we anticipate having to respond to that we feel strongly about, we're going to have to do that anyway. So it's a little bit of telling the lobby staff, like, we want you, these are ones we care about that may or may not get introduced, and we want to make sure they get introduced, and we want to make sure they have a campaign around them. So like, I think the land use ones, the HR ones, like, those are gonna come, and we're gonna have to respond to them, regardless of whether we wanna really emphasize that CCAT works on them on their own. And so something like Prop 123 and the homeowners insurance enterprise, I think, have a little more space to say we'd want this to be a proactive priority. Jeffrey?
Yeah, no, I think that's what Thomas and Julie are also asking. They're saying, look, we have limited bandwidth. We really want to have some focus. And I think that this was their attempt earlier in the legislative session and cycle in focusing CCAT and limited people.
Yeah.
But I think this
It's an
board's,
annual exercise.
I think this board's in agreement, though. I see 3
okay?
or 4 standing out. And the Recreational Tax Authority was where the board's on the fence, which is fine.
That can be a 3. 3's in the middle.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Awesome.
Thanks.
I'm happy to fill that out unless one of you would like to. The CCAT, the official county response. We're just only allowed to submit one per county.
So designated.
You go for it.
Making sure we didn't break the rules.
Go for it,
Thank
dude.
you.
It's cooler though.
All right.
As fast as I can be.
Okay,
Um,
thank you. Good to see you.
You too. While I'm packing up, would you like the bill tracker from the bills of the special session
Sure.
sent to each
Yeah.
of you?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
AI says that there is not a ballot measure that's going to come through on Wolf housing.
I'll send you the link.
Yeah, but it's
You're
just
against
making
AI,
stuff up,
Levi.
Francie.
It's-
It's just
I don't think
making
it's
stuff up.
finalized.
You
It's
can't-
just not finalized yet, but it's in the process.
They better hurry up. They got like a week. You can look up on the title board, Francie, and it'll show the progress of measures.
John Peacock's now a Harvard graduate. Is that what you
Oh,
congratulated him for?
that's right. Where's your
Oh, the
sweatshirt?
wedding.
I know. I came back with a coffee cup.
He came back wiser, but not smarter.
Not smarter. Yeah, that is true.
And I had a long discussion,
Yeah.
and that's what we decided at the end
Yeah.
of the day.
Wait, we're talking about the wedding or the
Maybe
education?
both. All right. Welcome to esteemed guests. John, and Ryan, are you coming up for this? And I'll let you decide should we invite everybody up?
We're
We
ready.
are ready. If you need a moment to set up, we can take a momentary break if you
I don't think there
Okay.
should be a lot of setup.
Great.
So, you gentlemen and lady, like to come up? Ladies?
We certainly have room.
Yeah.
Aren't we going through 98 pages of applications?
No, I don't think we will. Maybe I'll get another chair.
Oh, here.
Diane, you want a roller chair?
You can sit. We got room for everybody?
You're sitting there. That's
We
what
got rain.
Yes, the rent is so nice.
Tuesday.
I'll just make sure that your mics have a little red light on. That's great.
My basil, like
You're on.
tall things, right?
No, red means go.
Your what is?
Basil.
Oh.
So-
Yeah, no,
Bring me
people
some
get so
basil.
confused.
I didn't grow anything this year, and my potted plants are dried out and dead. I didn't take very good care of them. All right, you're ready.
Okay.
We're ready. Welcome.
Good
Nice to
afternoon.
see you are. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll
Thank you.
briefly kick this off, commissioners, and I'll just introduce the folks up here with us today. And I think we will have some of them go through sort of what the result of their review of the many applicants were. And just a reminder that this did go through the AAB, and they have made a recommendation to you all for final approval. So the folks up here, we have Meg Haynes, and Meg is has been helping with the task force and kind of getting them all organized, helping be the liaison between staff and the AAB. And then Ann Mullins and Evan Marks are representing the multimodal connectivity task force, and they'll be overseeing and helping with that process. And then Jim Light and Michael Solons will be helping with the terminal design. It's possible that Michael is on the line. He was traveling today, so he was going to try to zoom in, but if he was unable, he sends his regrets. So, so with that, part of what we might ask for consideration, we've built out our calendar for getting underway with the design process, and we will have a kickoff on September 30th with our task forces, and that'll be to sort of ground the groups, do our chartering process, and talk a little bit more about expectations, roles, and things like that. And so what we're hoping for this week is to just get those task forces in place and and get underway with some of the housekeeping that we have leading up to that September 30th date. So with that, do we want to talk about the terminal folks first? And Jim Light will go through how he and Michael, as well as Meg, had come up with their list.
The first sort of background statement I make is that I really have met Michael through the AAB, so I didn't really know him, and that's interested in that I felt were complementary, and I'll describe the emphasis on the process. We all had a lot of these, and I thought, I don't want to go make recommendations and look a little silly. So I did a 10-point scale that I evaluated everybody. And then when Michael and I got online, he had a 100-point scale. And I thought, a little setback.
It's not a surprise.
He placed a lot of emphasis on the answers to the last open-ended question to get motivation. Would people really care? Would they really work? I had felt, and I think he did as well, but it was the common ground recommendations that were the 10 Commandments, so to speak, the vision statement. And so every person that I was looking at, and he was as well, is through those, and I could describe each of those if you wish. When you think of the challenge of what's in front of the terminal design, it's a very complicated design, very ambitious environmental or green goals, and then budget that I don't fully understand, and a schedule it's quite important, particularly if they tie in the schedule. So getting this done in an efficient way is really going to be important. So I was placing a lot of emphasis on candidates that could be engaged, particularly up front in the green design issues. You know, one building built in this valley doesn't have a mechanical system, the RMI building, which we'll hope to visit. Would that be on the table? It probably should be for discussion, but would be the conclusion, we don't know. But that's the kind of really huge strategy issue that needs to come up front. So we had a couple of architects that I felt were really important, one of whom was Michael, knew a lot about as well. So they would be able to do that. If you look at the information that was presented, the 4 of the 9 had community values and that's a very vague statement, but it reflects in how the building feels, what it would be like, the history. And so we had, a staffer from the Historical Association that we could probably have had access to anyway, but felt that she would be better on the task force. And then the others represent a diverse group of skill sets that would be either from how the building functions or how we then reach out to the community. And you've heard my kind of flip opinions on that, but I know everybody wants a lot of community input, and we want to do that too. But we want people to come early and make their input, not come when it's way too late to make changes and feelings are hurt because people don't feel listened. So I could go through each of the specifics if you like. And by the way, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't hear from some of the others, because there were a lot of qualified people that were very interested in being part of the game, but for one reason or another, Michael and I didn't think they added as much as the ones we selected. So if anybody's come up to you in the meantime and said, oh, by the way, Jim Light didn't call to check me out, well, it was because I was checking someone else out. So anyway, so if there's a political factor here, believe me, I'll understand that.
No, we've been through this too, for the AAB.
Oh, you've been through
In the
political
first
stuff?
place, we did the AAB selection and it was interesting.
So do you want to hear the 9 names that we are presenting to you on each of the task forces?
We have
We have them.
You have them, right, so you know.
Yeah, we do. I have a question. On attachment B, I'm not sure what AAB 1, 2, 5.
Those are the people selecting. We just didn't put their names there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
so
so they just stayed
3
anonymous.
people made these selections?
Meg was included.
I was the fifth
Meg
one.
and you and.
Meg, Jim,
Yeah.
Mike.
Okay. My concern, and I'll just get it out of the way early, is thank you for giving me the information. I wanted to see who was all interested,
Yeah.
who was selected, who wasn't. There's a lot of familiar names who were selected that I'm not quite sure why, just because, somebody knew their name. When we did the AAB, Francie's absolutely right. We went through every application and we came up with, I think John fine-tuned us into, everybody picked their top X amount, which we did, which was amazing that we had a lot in common. I feel left out of this process. I feel like we're being told, here's who you have, and take it or leave it. And I would like to have more input. I'm going to read through all of them. Thank you, I did not print out the whole 98 pages. But, just the synopsis of, and there's community values is very strong, which I think is important for the terminal. And then it's just interesting. I want to move it forward. And I've also been told, and hopefully you guys can clarify as part of the discussion, we've been told that people who didn't get selected, there's other opportunities. I would like to hear more about other opportunities because I've only heard from one person who was disappointed, and I didn't know what other opportunities actually meant.
May I make
that
just
would
a
be
quick
helpful.
reaction? Michael is a pilot, as you
I know Michael.
probably know, and he said we really ought to have somebody from one of the airlines or terminal operations, and we went back and forth a lot about that, looked at quite detail of 3 or 4 people that had some connection, and then we said, well, we can bring them in at the appropriate time. I'm back to my point about the upfront issues. If we don't get that right, we're going to be over budget, behind schedule. So there was an emphasis on getting the kind of strategic goals. We didn't have a restaurateur, we talked about that. So we had some other people that we talked at some length about, but said, well, this seemed to us to be the right combination.
And if I might just add, the process is designed so that you have the task force that will come together and they will be looking through that lens of the common ground recommendations as the designers start working on design for the building. This task force is going to be in place for the duration, and when they aren't with those designers at those meetings, there will be some interim opportunity, as Jim just mentioned, to do some homework. So there might be outreach to a restaurateur, there might be outreach to people that work at the airport, just so that they can continue to gather input and then bring that back to the design team when they have their sort of official meetings. In addition to those, the design team themselves have stakeholders that they plan to reach out to. So those stakeholders will include the operations staff and such at the airport to really get that perspective, as well as some other groups there. And then finally, there's also public outreach that's going to occur. So those will be in the form of open houses, maybe some pop-ups, hopefully in different parts of the valley, so we can reach out to people where they are and gather that input. So I think it, in fact, is pretty comprehensive. And this team, part of the reason for it being 9 people is we felt like that was a pretty nimble number of people to be able to not only organize and schedule, but then to be able to facilitate, meaningful conversation.
So what I'm getting out of what you said, thank you, is that this task force will create the structure, no pun intended, and then these other opportunities to bring in other people will fill in the gaps in between, like what the restaurant should and what the historic part, even though you do have Lisa from the Historic Society. There's a curator. I mean, there's some of these titles, what they do is interesting, but I think we need that diverse perspective. So, and I think the best way to get it moving forward is with the group of 9 to get the structure, and then we can go into the details.
And that was the,
Keep us on track.
that was the intent.
I want to
And if I
ask
could
some
add-
nuts and
oh.
bolts questions before we get real far into discussion, but John, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on, and a great explanation. I'd also add on that in the design process itself, there will be open house. There's going to be opportunities. Yeah, and the task forces, the way the governance was set up is the board is the final decision maker on everything that's going to be coming through, as advised by the Airport Advisory Board, which this board appointed. The Airport Advisory Board is really putting the task forces together to provide that structure to advise the Airport Advisory Board and create that structure so that we can gather that, as Ryan explained, that broad-based input and funnel it up to you all. So there are going to be multiple opportunities.
Because we're going to feel a lot of the political pressure from the community as to what the BoCC's involvement is, and how deep were you guys in this dive? And you know, we don't want to get in the way, but we want to be in the way.
Well, I think, this is my personal take, in a process this complicated, if we said, we had just said, we decided that we didn't want to make a political mistake, and we'd pick all the names out of the hat, you'd have shot us, right? You just said,
Depends on
well,
who
you were
names
politically
came up
pure,
with.
but you didn't do the job. So there was an emphasis on making sure we're getting a terminal that we want, the green design that we want, within a budget that we'll hear about, on a schedule that will, so that was the broad thing. And I don't think that either Michael and I we're gonna get any political flack that you all may get, but I hope,
We'll share it with you, I promise.
well, you can have them call me, why didn't you?
Can I just ask some nuts and bolts questions and then go to you, Francie? So when I'm looking at these lists, some are blue and some are green, and I don't know why.
So that's an indicator of which task force they preferred, if that was going to be the multimodal task force or the
So you
or
put
the
two people
design.
on the multimodal, which wasn't their
Who
first
preferred
choice.
the terminal.
Yeah.
Okay. And then were there others that also had scores of 3 that did not make it onto either list?
You'd have to ask these folks.
If I understood the question, did Michael and I recommend two people that there's some alternates? Is that what was?
No, I'm just, when I look at the appointment and then there's, XXX3, it looks like their score is 3. It's how I'm reading the chart. But there's 9 people listed. They all got a score of 3. Were there more than 9 people listed that got a score?
That's what I
of
thought
3?
you were asking. There probably could have been, but that Michael and I came up with the 9. That was 2 of us, and then went to Meg. And Meg said, what about this? What about that? I don't know who that is, and so on. We got grilled by Meg, for sure.
Did you interview any of the candidates if you
Yeah.
Is that fair,
needed
Meg?
more
Is that-
information?
Yeah, and ironically, I was kind of like the outsider, but the person kind of overseeing it. And I think that Jim and Michael and I all just about came up with the same people to begin with. So that's how we found unanimity very quickly. And then back to what John was saying, the discussion amongst the airport AAB and whomever, we talked about the number. Staying with the 9 seemed to be the most workable size of groups. Like when we begin, our first meeting on the 30th will be the combined meetings of the 2, so that's 18 plus 2 of those, so we'll have 20-something people. So that's why we stayed with the 9.
So there might have been a few more, but you figured out how to
Yeah.
rank, prioritize your top 9. Okay.
And they, it was fun because we were given the names on a Friday afternoon, and needed to have them somewhat done by the beginning of the next week or the middle of the next week. And so that weekend, and of course I have to talk to them individually because of the 3 people rule. And so I called Michael on the weekend and called Jim on the weekend, and Jim said, now I have this numbering system and these are the criteria that I'm using. And Michael had his 100 numbering system, and they were hard at work at it all over the weekend.
I'll make one subjective comment about, could there have been another, probably there's several people that could have been all 3s. But I made a call on one particular design professional to a developer that I know. And the comment was, terrific design professional, but if he's on a task force, he's going to think he's the smartest in the room, and he's going to let you know that. I thought, well, I don't care how good he is if he's going to be upset the process. I mean, that's not what we're supposed to be doing. So that person could have been there, but I got a red flag.
Sure. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Francie?
I don't need to ask a question anymore.
Okay.
It was about the 3, I had the same question.
Okay, great. Okay. All right.
Did you want to hear from the multimodal folks?
Yes, we would.
Okay.
Love to.
So I think they have a
And
better
thank you all.
team than we have in just to let you know.
Well, they do have Dan Blankenship, so I mean.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I will say, I think they have the harder task. I'm not gonna lie. but-
Well,
Very hard task.
yeah, I'll start, Ann. And feel free to jump in. Well, first of all, I want to say right now that neither Ann nor I went to Harvard Business School like Jim. So we didn't have a 10 or 100 point matrix with which to evaluate these candidates. I went to Wharton, so we just
had a
where the
1,000-point
rubber hits
matrix
the
at-
road on the multimodal, which I think is appropriate.
That was adorable.
And I'd like to emphasize one other
When the
thing.
rubber hits the
Right,
road.
no, but you saying it's adorable.
One other thing that
Common word in my
Ryan
vocabulary.
mentioned about the size of these task forces at 9 each, exclusive of the co-chairs and Meg, of course. And I'd like you to sort of contrast that. None of the co-chairs were part of the visioning process, the famous visioning process. But Meg and I were. And you, Kelly, you remember that? Francie, you probably came in at about the end. And Patty, you were just an observer as opposed to
20
an
years.
active participant. We didn't want to create the visioning process all over again for all of the obvious reasons. There were a lot of opinions, and many of them were articulated in a discordant way, which I think inhibited the process from reaching point A to Z in an efficient manner. 9 for each of the task forces, in addition to the co-chairs, we thought was a very efficient number, and it allowed for a certain amount of attrition. Now, the multimodal task force, I think it had as one of, or at least from my perspective, I'll let Ann speak for herself on this issue. My CGR guiding post was multimodal exclusively. And I think that I'm pretty sure that all of our applicants were the only applicants that had 3 check marks that were unanimously held between Ann, Meg, and me. So because we focused exclusively on the CGR's multimodal emphasis and why that was a good thing for the county and the community and the Upper Valley Transportation Corridor, it sort of led to a more technocratic, possibly less diverse selection of applicants. And as you can see, Blankenship is here. His former associate is the COO of RAFTA. And then we have a PhD engineer from Northwestern whose specialty is designing multimodal transportation hubs, who currently consults for the Eagle Airport and also has I think a current consulting contract with RAFTA. That's the type of people that we were looking for in order to develop our own lens through which we can evaluate many of the work products that are going to be suggested to us by the principal design consultants. I've spoken too much, so
Can I jump in real quick, Ann, and then do you think there's a redundancy with RAFTA on this? People are gonna see Dan and Dave?
We talked about that. No.
Okay, I just want to bring that up. If that comes up, they're gonna say you have the old guy and you got the new guy.
I don't think so because of Dave's prior experience on EOTC. I mean, he had a lot more time on EOTC than he has had on RAFTA.
Yeah.
And
Doesn't matter, he's currently with RAFTA.
well, he is currently with RAFTA, but if someone discussed that, that's how I explain his choice.
Thank you.
Anything else? Or I'll start my spiel.
Yeah, but I got more coming, so.
Oh, okay. Surprise. No. Anyway, first, just a little aside. I'm sure you all know, having read the proposals and the information about ZGF, it gets downplayed a bit, but they are really major transportation, multimodal transportation planners. They started in the early 80s doing the Portland light rail system. It was the first really major urban light rail system. So when their name came up as chosen, I was thrilled. I mean, they're going to do a really good job with this expertise. I already pulled him aside and said, "No, what are you going to do? I want you to concentrate on this multimodal." Secondly, I want to thank Dan. Well, first of all, he did me a little discredit. I did put together an Excel spreadsheet. I didn't have points, but I had a spreadsheet. No, he helped put together what was a pretty straightforward application, but really got to the heart of it. And again, the basic, the fundamental understanding that the common ground recommendations, those are the guidelines. That's where we're starting from. And it was interesting to read these 87 applications. Almost every one of them was terrific. And just to see if the people applying did understand that we were not reopening the public process, revisiting the process, but this was the implementation part. And so that was part of the criteria. There was some trading back and forth. It was a fairly busy weekend with this trading back. Evan and I had one choice, he had another, with a little horse trading there. And then there were a few people that we had the green and blue coloring, but then there were a few people that were willing to serve on either committee. And there were a couple that I was really hoping would be on the multimodal. They ended up on the terminal, but vice versa. So it was, and your question, I mean, it was a really, really active, very involved selection process between not just Evan and myself, but Mike and Jim also. For me personally, I was looking for the expertise, again, because we've got the goals, we want to implement them. We want to be able to evaluate what ZGF is doing and presenting to us. But I also felt it was really important to get the community values in there. So you may see someone who does not have an apparent expertise, but they've been in town for 50 years, they're in real estate, they know the trends in town, they have a business in town, they know rubber's the road, how things work and how the airport can help them or hinder what they're doing. I think that's about all, unless you've got questions on specific people on the multimodal.
I have another general question. Do all of these people live here?
For our group, half are in Garfield and half are in Pitkin. Approximately. You know, it's
They're all
9,
living.
so.
Criminal design?
All of ours.
Are here. And we sort of
They're
opened
different
it up.
counties, but
Sure.
yeah.
But they're
Yeah,
in
there
valley.
was
The
a zip
intent
code of
was in the
775
valley, yeah.
something.
Users of the airport.
Okay. Patty, and then I want to give Michael a chance to
So,
jump in.
thank you about ZGF. I did ride the light rail in Portland shortly after it opened. I went up there on a rail tour,
Oh.
Dorothea Ferris, actually. I forgot to have my ticket and I almost got arrested, but they let me know. Interesting, but yeah, and I think they're great. I think they're going to be awesome, and it's good to know they have expertise on both sides of this.
Yeah.
Because for me, and I know this is not going to be missed. I'm just going to let it out there in the public that the two need to work together. So as we're planning the terminal, we need to be, because the fit has to be there.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why it's important that we got that build grant back, so we can start the planning, along with now we need to get the funding for the terminal so we can move them forward, because they have to be working together at the end of the day. So I think that's why the mix of selections was good. Engineering, planning, design, community value, and the bottom line is to just move forward what the community has asked us to do.
And just one detail on that, I don't know the schedule, but hopefully you do. You know, we'll be working as individual task forces, but periodically we'll be meeting together
Yeah.
to share knowledge and share things.
And I'd like to invite Michael Solons. Thanks for joining us on your travels. If you'd like to jump in.
Okay. And I apologize sincerely for not being there in person. I quite literally had this trip planned for a long time, and I caught the last 15 minutes as we were landing in Denver. But 2 quick points, and I will be brief. And just expanding on what Ann said, you know, the applications, and to Evan's point, to his genius, we added a question that asked the applicants to explain their professional and personal experience and background. And when I looked at the applications, you know, I gleaned a lot of information about their passion, experience, and also how their common ground values would add to their experience to being on the task force. So I personally use that question to see, you know, how that particular individual would add value to the task force. So if you look at those applications, I put a lot of weight into how those individuals answered those questions. So just adding on what Ann said about how they align with the common ground recommendations that were passed now 5 years. To Patty's point, you know, we were pretty careful to try to limit the task force to 9 members. However, we discussed last week, the county, as we're under the county charter, so we do have the ability to appoint alternate members. We recognize that there might be some attrition. So I don't want to put my foot in my mouth with Jim, but it is possible that we would consider appointing a couple of alternate members if the county, if the board would so desire. And I'll just leave that on the table for discussion. If it's something, if there's someone who you feel you're not happy with our choices, I'll just leave that as an open item for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Francie, you had your hand up?
I did. I just wanted to thank you all for the amount of time that you put into this. Like, as I said, when we did it for the AAB, it's difficult. And I have a scoring system as well, and then it was easy once I did all my scoring to put this in this pile and stuff, but it's not an easy process. So thank you all so much for doing that. I don't have any problems. There's one person that's not on this list that if you choose an alternate, I would love to see on it. But other than that, I'm pretty comfortable with what you've done.
Thank you.
Can I ask for some insights onto whether you would like alternates or not?
Well, I might just bring up what the charter, sort of chartering paperwork that we had done contemplated alternates when somebody wasn't able to fulfill the duty and there was attrition.
So they drop off and you.
Right. So I don't think we concluded on adding to the 9 at this time. So it was more as a backfill.
Because then it doesn't become 9, it becomes 11.
Right.
That you're working
Right.
with.
Or 10.
Yeah, or 10. Patty.
Yeah, I'm going to be the positive side of that. After what we did with the Community Growth Advisory Committee, We didn't have any attrition, so I'm gonna say we're gonna have 9 to begin and 9 to end.
Hopefully so.
And I think bringing an alternate in midway is a catch-up.
Totally
So,
agree.
yeah, so I'd rather see us down 1 than trying to bring somebody up. But if we offer this out there and somebody changes their mind, then hopefully you have a list of next picks. Unless you want us to re-advertise, go through the process again, which we're not gonna do.
We considered that, and we came to the same conclusion. Bringing somebody up to speed midstream is a burden,
It's a time delay.
and it delays the process. So when we advertised for these, for these citizen volunteers, we said up to 9 members, because I think there was a consensus among the co-chairs and Meg that we would be comfortable operating with as few as 7 in addition to the co-chairs, which is 9. So we believe that with 9 citizen volunteers, in addition to the 2 co-chairs for each task force, we have accommodated each task force for a modest amount of attrition. But I don't think we really want to go and we may not feel comfortable going below 7, but we really don't want to add anyone who's new to the process midstream.
I just hope that the people that we appoint realize it's an honor. This is a great project that we are taking on for this community in perpetuity. I mean, that airport's going to be there, and this is really key, and their participation is really important and special. So I'm hoping they know that from the get-go that we want them to hang in there, because that's key to us getting us where we need to go.
I think they realize how special it is, because it's
honor.
18 people out of 87 applications. It was a really, really robust application
We did the
process.
AAB, let me tell you.
Oh.
We will definitely make that point at the joint meeting on September 30th, their obligations and the responsibility and the honor, because it's true. Yeah.
Will we be invited to that meeting, or are we staying out of it?
Well, if the public's invited, all of the meetings.
We'll talk about that later, we got time.
Did you have a question? Okay, so we are hearing a resolution appointing these task forces tomorrow. I would ask that we repeat some of this presentation at that time, since that is when the public may be paying more attention, and describe the outreach efforts that are forthcoming, as well as the advertising efforts that occurred for people to know to apply as well. It's always helpful to demonstrate how open this was to the public before we make this selection. Any last questions or comments?
It may be that all 4 of them may not be able to come
Yeah,
again
that's fine.
tomorrow. Here.
I heard what you said.
Yes.
But if there's further detail, you could tell Ryan, and he'll tell me to speed it up or slow it down or add this or cut that out, so.
We have hand signals.
Okay, good. I want to be sensitive to what you
So
said. We
you
say
know,
enough, but not too
Our
much.
agenda tomorrow is packed.
Yes.
That's our agenda for tomorrow.
Yes, we may not discuss this for
We put you
40
at the
minutes
beginning of
like
the day.
today, but,
Thank you.
We
okay.
moved up the time for this item, it was at the bottom and now it's at the top.
We can be efficient.
So you're not gonna have to sit through the whole day waiting for us to get to.
But you also don't
No-
want to make
no
the people at the
resumes,
end.
no
sit
pictures
through
of
the
my
whole
grandchildren or anything like that. We're just keeping it straight down the middle.
They're very fast things.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate you.
Except for-
Thank you. And we will be.
Thank you so much, everyone. Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, for sure.
Thanks, guys.
We're starting our outreach, by the way, this week, so I'll be start telling people the story.
Do all the applicants know the results at this point?
Yes.
What?
Oh, well, the ones who were chosen were informed the day before the AAB meeting. And we were holding off sending out to the entire 87 until you all made your
But you
decision.
will today, or?
Oh, it's
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank
Wonder,
you.
I hate it if we change our minds and you've told somebody they're on it, we,
Right.
we're gonna look really
Well,
bad.
we made sure to be specific about the process that the AAB was recommending and that you all had to approve officially,
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, future agendas.
I have a future. Very short.
Let's see, John,
Got
do
a
you want to
few
start?
items from
Okay.
staff, yeah. The Basalt Chamber is having an annual meeting on October 9th from 8:45 to 11. They've asked for a staff presentation on the airport modernization project, and if any commissioner would be interested or available in attending. So that's at 8:45 to 11
What day?
on October 9th. I don't know what day of the week that falls on.
It is a
Can we-
Thursday.
Can we maybe flag that as part of our September 9th scheduling,
Yep.
or our September 2nd scheduling?
Yeah, and that
conversation?
is the next bullet point, that on September 2nd, we did set aside an hour to review schedules and such. We've got a number of,
September 2nd?
yeah, that's gonna be
Next
during the work
Tuesday.
session.
An hour?
Oh, September, I'm in
We may
October.
not need it, but I think we have follow-up on the Vision 2050, follow-up on working agreements. We'd like to get interest from the board on terminal visits, as well as what we know in terms of scheduling future DC visits. So it may not take an hour, Patty.
I just was wondering
I
if
don't
that was
know.
gonna be enough time.
Oh, fair enough.
So what day is the October, is at
The,
the chamber?
The Basalt Chamber is October 9th. And then the Aspen Chamber usually has a business luncheon. I don't know, though I haven't heard about that.
I haven't heard
timing on
about
that
it
one.
either.
Yeah.
Do you want to know if we're going to go to Basalt on September or October 9th? Are you wanting an answer? Or are we going to talk about it
Well,
on
you
We're
can
gonna
just,
talk
you
about
can
it
just
next
let me
week.
know, and we'll add it to the September 2nd. We will make time at the staff level to be
Okay.
sure that someone's doing a presentation.
Okay.
For sure. And then we are adding an update on the electrification project and some key learnings and challenges that we're having with those for September 16th. So you'll see that coming
And
up.
Jody's presenting that?
It's going to be Jody and Ryan. Yeah.
Related to our facilities.
Related to our facilities, yeah, the library and Health and Human Services building.
Okay.
And
that it,
that's
John?
all I got.
All right,
Mhm.
Francie, I think you had.
I just had a question. I thought the Flying Dog had to come back in September, and I didn't see it on any of the agendas.
It's called the Gardner,
No,
right?
that's different.
That's different than the Flying
Oh,
Dog.
you're right.
I didn't see it anywhere I looked. So-
What?
It's just one read.
Yeah, we moved it forward.
No, we continued it to come back with updated
Conditions?
language, because we needed to figure
That's
out.
But it's not
how
on the agenda.
We were.
That's what Lydia thought.
Yeah. Yeah, and I thought we continued it to a date certain, but you're right. I don't-
Okay,
yeah.
we'll check on that.
Okay, that's all.
Hold on, collect
We're gonna
notes.
put it right in the middle of the meeting, Francie, so you have to leave and come back and hang out and dance and bring us
That's all right, I'll
dinner.
just go have a beer somewhere.
I see you, Jeffrey. I'm just collecting some notes. All right, sir, go ahead.
Good, actually.
Oh.
Sorry. That was just I gotta put the pencil down from the hand.
Okay.
What did I do with my future agendas? I tucked them away
I
somewhere.
had something and now I forget. Oh, I was gonna ask relative to the Up in the Sky Festival, if we could receive some information on any broader community impacts. Like, did it affect lodging, occupancy, or anything along those lines during that weekend?
ACRA usually has those numbers, but I don't know if they have them yet. It takes about a month to get those numbers together, but somebody could contact ACRA. From what I've heard in town and talking to people that work in restaurants, it was big. They had a very polite clientele that were visiting their restaurants and their hotels and their retail shops, and they were booked, especially restaurants. The Hickory House had one of its best weekends of the season from people, and staff there was very happy.
All right, I think that was all I had for future agendas. Patty?
I can't find my list of future, yes, I can. No, I just want to make sure on Thursday, September 25th is our regular meeting. We're moving it from Wednesday the 24th, right? And Wednesday the 24th is the employee picnic.
In September?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, what?
So someone will be representing the board there to give the award, the 5-year, 10-year.
I'm gonna go.
So say that date again, would you mind, Patty?
It's Wednesday, the 24th
Of
of
September.
September is the picnic at the Public Works at 11:30.
Yes, but then you said something about a Thursday meeting.
Thursday, we have our regular meeting because Wednesday is a holiday, a Jewish holiday, I believe.
Thursday, the 25th?
Is our regular meeting day.
That is Transportation Coalition Day. It's not showing up on my calendar on Thursday. Is it showing up on yours?
Yeah, it got moved because of a religious
Yeah, I
holiday.
mean, is it on your, did somebody move it on your calendar?
It's on the agendas.
No, I don't think that those invitations are being.
Have been out?
Well, mine's on Thursday, but I don't know if that's my invitation or if that came from somebody. You
Mhm.
did receive an invitation from Amy for the employee picnic.
I saw it on future agendas. I'm just not seeing it on my official
Oh.
calendar.
I'm saying you would have received, I have an invitation from County Calendar for the
Oh, you do?
employee picnic.
From County Calendar. I might
But I
not
don't have
opened that.
I only have my own personal notation on the 25th for our
Yeah,
BoCC.
right. I might not have opened County Calendar.
Okay. You don't have that one synced yet.
I
do
don't
you?
use that one.
Others? Jeffrey?
I have one fun one. So on September 16th, we have the Pitkin County Cares Award, which I think used to be called the Mace Awards.
No, Greg Mace is a separate
Separate
one,
one?
presented at the same time.
So I did receive a note in the mail that I nominated 2 people. The board should be familiar with both. I nominated Jack Arbany and I nominated Martha Ferguson. So I get a note in the mail saying one of my nominees is receiving the award. I don't know which one. It was kind of cool to get the note in the mail from Pitkin County government. Was the return address? So one of the 2 is wearing a Pitkin
Well, if you
County
would
award.
like to, when we get the list, we
Yeah.
choose
Yeah.
who we would like to
Yeah.
read their proclamation for. And so if you would like to let us know, then I won't choose that person just so you can't do it.
I just thought it was cool to get a card from the government. I thought it was cool.
We'll make sure they put you on that list if it makes you so happy.
Let's
All
go back to
right.
the 25th.
Yes.
So maybe between Greg and myself, one of us could be here and one of us could be there.
I think the priority is a regular BoCC meeting.
Well, I think so too, but that's why I'm suggesting only one of us may be here, something like that.
I
What
think
time
the-
are they at?
I mean, it's been a while since Greg's been in a meeting, so. At 12:30, it's from 12:30 to 4.
It'll be our whole meeting.
Something to think about. We don't have to decide right now.
I'm sorry, but I still think the priority is BoCC regular
I'm not,
meeting.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
For everybody to be here.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So I'm just,
Do we have time for the Judge Neely retirement on the 25th as well?
I thought the invitation was for 5 o'clock.
and it's down valley.
Thank you.
Well, right now, we only have one thing on the agenda, so it could go super speedy. Everyone can do what they want.
Just wait. Give it a few days.
I'm
No,
saying
give it a
very,
month.
very tongue-in-cheek. Okay. Jeffrey, can I turn it over to you to cook us off on board updates? I didn't take advantage of our break and I have to run to the bathroom. Okay, thanks.
Oh, is it board updates right now? I thought it was open discussion.
Would anyone care for a draft copy of the 2026 meeting schedule for CCI?
No, thanks.
And a board update.
You're going for me, right?
I'm going for
I'm
everyone.
first on board updates.
Oh, sorry, Patty, would you like to kick off board updates?
Haven't you read the agenda?
Patty, would you care to kick us off on board updates?
ACRA had a meeting this morning. Thank you guys for moving your day to 1 o'clock, which I'm sure everybody was glad about. Again, the key topic at the ACRA meeting was the airport. Lots of concerns in the community for the time frame of the closure in 2027. Everybody wanted to be involved. It was at the table. We, between Diane, Bill Thompson, and myself, explained that we have a timeline. We're putting it together. We'll do a presentation to ACRA, and anybody else who wants to hear it. But right now, if we brought it forward and things changed, it would be a little premature because we're still evolving. And they were impressed, I believe, when we told them we've already been in contact with Eagle, with Rifle even, with what's that place, Grand Junction, with DIA, with all these transportation opportunities, ground transportation. I think there was a level of comfort that was given. So it was great discussion, very good discussion today. But pretty much ACRA's already gearing up for winter school, which is going to be in December. They'll start coming out with, they're trying to combine it with the Colorado's is at 150 years, and the Fed's 250 years, federal level celebrations this year. So there's a lot. ACRA always has a lot going on. They are at City Council tonight, trying to get City Council to give them a little more wiggle room in their funding, so they can cover the purchase of a permanent place for ACRA to live, since they've been bouncing around a lot in the last couple of years with a place to call home. Between the Armory building, which they moved into, which is actually nice if you guys ever stop by. They're gonna have to be out in a year, because then the city's gonna redo the Armory building. It's kind of been very stressful on the staff at ACRA, but they're hanging in there and doing a great job. NACO, still working with the transportation group. They will have a meeting in the end of February in Washington, again, the legislative meeting they do. I want to find out at some point, talking with this board and talking with NACO and talking with Jessica Monahan, if there's anything we want to move forward, another policy, maybe in how to address GA paying its way. Because that would have to come up as a change in FAA regulations. And they're gearing up for the revision of FAA law, quote unquote, about 2 years out. So we need to get that policy decision if we want to draft something, and I can present it at NACO. You usually do the presentations in their summer meetings, which would be in July in New Orleans. So we've got some time, but I think we need to start gearing up for that. That Northwest COG is looking at a restructuring possibly of how COG administers its different programs and who's in charge. That's mostly because of the issue with funding the Economic Development District. We're not sure if there's going to be any funding coming forward from the federal level. And the current director, Rachel, has resigned. She's moving on to a whole new career. But she is going to stay on. Hopefully we can contract her to get done with the SEDS. SEDS is the planning process that they need to do, and this is 5-year update. She's already involved in it, so I'm hoping to keep her on to get that done. And then plan the seminar that they do in May over in Silverthorne, which is a great event. So there's a lot going on there, but we had a good meeting over in Steamboat. It was nice to be over in Steamboat, even though it was really, really smoky. And then the Intermountain TPR, I haven't heard anything more from Brian.
What's TPR again?
Transportation Priority Region.
Oh, yeah.
It's for funding, and we're the mountain region, which is not getting split apart, thank God. So we're still keeping an eye on that just in case. But Brian usually brings me in when there's something he wants to weigh in with how the board position might be on priorities for spending of the limited amount of money that the Colorado Department of Transportation may have in the future. Okay, that's me. Thank you, Jeffrey.
So next up is Francie, according to the agenda.
Okay, I did not go to CAST, but we have Levi who did, and CCI, Jeffrey is pretty much taking over my weight there. I'm so happy about that. CPW, I have not talked with Matt for a little while. I would like to. And I'm not going to say anything about wolves at this time in CPW, except that they are doing the best they can. The River District, I have meetings, 2 sets of meetings in October, 2 days, and so I'll have lots to tell you then, but not now, except that the hearing in Durango on the 16th and 17th, which is to accommodate the request of Denver and Aurora and Northern, I think, in their opposition to the historical range that the district is using to set the correct amount of water, which would be associated with the appropriate flows in the reach, which is right in the canyon there. So that is the 16th and 17th. We are not attending, even though we have sent a letter of support for Shoshone to this hearing, but our attorneys will be zooming in and so they can respond to anything that comes up if they need to. Perry will be there, and he is a strong supporter of it. So, BLM, I don't have anything on that. The Forest Service we just heard from. I'm going to Club 20 next week, and during open discussion, I'm going to present to you the proposals that they have coming forward that I'd like your opinion on. And the Transportation Coalition I report on separately. So I don't have anything new from the water meetings, but maybe Kelly does when she talks. I will be at tomorrow's meeting.
Okay, great.
You're up.
Thank you. Okay, so APSHA. APSHA has received the results of the Capital Reserve Survey that we've all had lots of interest in over the last many years. Now that, I will preface this by saying I can pull up information from them, or we can invite them to present to us if we wish. The findings from that, there were almost 400 units represented. So we're looking at the ownership units, of which there's about 1,500. All of the HOAs were invited to participate at APSHA's expense, which involved reviewing their capital reserves and sending out an inspector to look at the capital needs in the next 10 years and assign a cost to those. And then do a capital, the study is basically how much are you collecting, how much do you have saved, are you in a financial capacity to be able to pay for what we see as your capital needs for the next 10 years. Some HOAs are doing really well and have a good savings. Some have recently spent down all their savings because of their own special assessments and capital investments that they've made. And some, as you might imagine, are not saving enough. And they looked at some of the ones who had participated in the last Capital Reserve Survey, and some of them really took that to heart and have been saving since 2011, since that last survey was done. The total cost assigned to all the outstanding repairs needed is $8.5 million, which is much less than many of the numbers we have talked about in the past. I will qualify that many of the large HOAs did not participate. So 400 units is not 1,500 units. And so there's a lot of unknown out there with what For example, Hunter Creek didn't participate, Burlingame didn't participate, which I was disappointed to hear, because when I asked my HOA, they had said they had planned to participate and did not. Now,
Not a Burlingame participated?
so, you know, keep in mind that there's different sort of structural things at play here. When Burlingame was formed, they were required to, as part of their formations, required to comply with rules about having capital reserves, about having capital reserve studies on the books. And so they're in a different starting position than maybe Hunter Creek. I was pretty disappointed they didn't participate. So there's a lot of outstanding info that we don't have, but the info that we do have has been compiled, and the staff is going to begin kind of sussing a bunch of that out and starting to bring recommendations forward. So just an update there. We adopted the work plan, so we've done all of the things we're required to do under the MOU that we have between the county and the city for APSHA, including, you know, adopting the strategic plan, adopting an annual work plan. One of those includes some discussion relative to updating the policies about the regional jurisdiction qualifications that we've raised as a board. And so I anticipate that there will be, you know, a rulemaking process that comes forward to address, you know, how are we qualifying employees that work for RAFTA, wherever they work in the RAFTA system. And then also emphasizing collaboration with CORE and the multifamily inventory in APSHA on capital improvements as just some of the highlights. CCI, Jeffrey, I might let you, I didn't have the opportunity to go to the Mountain District meeting because I had a conflict last Thursday, it was. I will say that there are some interesting bills on the table. I assume Levi is going to bring us the table of proposed legislation to kind of rank similarly to what we did today, but before we vote on the actual CCI priorities, because they'll narrow this list down from what looks to be about 35 to generally 9, I think is the amount. I have to say, one that has caught my eye from Huerfano County is to eliminate the 35-acre subdivision. And I'm like, I love that Huerfano could be an ally with us on this. So I'll leave that. I don't know if anyone's been following the interim special session at all. I have a little bit, but not in great detail. I will say it looks like one of the things that they're getting across the finish line that was talked about in prior legislative sessions was setting up an enterprise for health insurance affordability. And so I think that that is really positive, as well as backfilling some of the SNAP losses too.
And they did not pass the pausing of the wolf reintroduction at the legislative bill level, but
Right.
they took $250,000 from it to apply it to insurance.
Right, which I don't get, but anyway.
Roberts.
The Colorado Basin Roundtable, they meet mostly monthly. Let's see.
Every
so-
other month, I believe.
Oh, you're right, May,
on a
July.
Monday.
May, July. So their July meeting was a discussion of the aquatic nuisance species, presentation with April for Ruwapa, the woman whose name is escaping me, who we heard from in May, that is working on the Colorado River aquatic nuisance species issues as well. Maggie, thank you.
Maddie, sorry,
Oh,
Maddie.
Maddie.
On
Maddie with a D.
Villagers, Maddie.
And then they are obviously promoting the upcoming Shoshone hearings and recruiting the public to submit positive public comments in favor of the water rates change. And then, as I mentioned, so the each roundtable in the state gets an allocation of funds from the CWCB to spend in that roundtable on as kind of like match funds for the grant program. So there's still $300,000 in the water supply reserve fund for our district. And, Lisa and Lisa both follow those meetings, so I'm curious if they have any creative thoughts, maybe not for this funding round, but future funding rounds that perhaps we could use in partnership with them. And then the CJCC is no longer meeting, but I think there's still some opportunity there. So I should check in with the sheriff because, we weren't just talking about kind of jail planning, space planning stuff. We were talking about also like operational issues, like what's happening at the courts where they have so many delays, so many postponements, things like that. Are there things that cause pressure on the jail that can be facilitated through programs rather than facilities? And I think it would be beneficial to continue those conversations because as I think the jail's been full, and that puts pressure on our municipal police departments when they have these arrest standards that they can't, when they have arrest standards that they can't bring people to the jail. So that's my update.
Can I back up to one that I didn't say?
Please.
I can't remember if I told you guys, but at the River District meeting, there was I might have told you, the mobile home park across from the gas station on the road that accesses 4 Mile. You know the place I'm talking about? Did I tell you about this? And so their water system has collapsed and has been not usable. And apparently it's not on Glenwood water. I don't really know why, because the school is further away and is on Glenwood water, but Glenwood told them they weren't going to include them in their water system. It would cost them over $1 million. So they went through all kinds of places to try and get help, and they ended up at the River District. And there was a lot of discussion of it. It was the most contentious thing.
That was my
proposal. It was the most contentious thing I've seen at the River District in my year and a half or however long I've been on it. And Scott McGinnis, of course, led the opposition in his way, his very quiet way of speaking. And was wondering why they were called a community. How can they call themselves a community? There's 100 people who live there, by the way. And that communities are like things like municipalities and counties, and I don't know. And it was going back and forth, and Mark Catlin, who is our chair right now, just did an incredible speech about taking care of people who need water. That is part of our mission. Water infrastructure is part of our mission, and he turned the entire room around. Those who were in opposition, except for Scott McGinnis and Sonia from Gunnison, which was interesting. But so we did pass it. I can't remember how much it was for. How much was it for, Kelly?
$217,000.
Yeah, it was a big grant, and it was an interesting argument whether that was appropriate for the Colorado River Conservation District. So I just wanted to add that. And then the next RAFTR meeting is September 11th. So Greg can report back to you after that.
Right. Have to remind him there's a meeting.
Jeffrey.
So I'll start with CCI. So Pitkin presented the 2 bills again in front of the Mountain District meeting in Silverthorne last week. The 2 were the SAF and the RET. There's the conversation around the table in general at each of the presentations was, is this a me bill or a we bill? And so
Are you talking RET or are you talking SAF?
So we were arguing on behalf of both bills that they were really regional in nature, that any county that is looking for a RET would certainly get behind Pitkin's proposal. And we argued that SAF would include, Mesa, Garfield, Eagle, and Pitkin, so both of which are we bills. So we sort of got out of the me-we and to the next round, out of the Mountain District conversation, with that in mind, sort of the community nature. We had extensive conversations about unfunded mandates, the sort of follow-on to the Mesa County emails I think that we've each been receiving. One of the attacks on unfunded mandates / new legislation that will likely be entered is an update to the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, which I've served on for the last 2 years. There's some counties that want to put off adopting the code until 2028. Pitkin is obviously on track to adopt in 2025 and 2026 in advance of the state mandate. I did not engage in debate with some of the counties that believe this is part of the unfunded mandate, because to me this is health, safety, welfare, and insurability, and I'm assuming it will come back, so there'll be more opportunities to debate that peer group. So yes, a new wildfire bill will come forth in the next session. Tamara Pogue, separate from legislation, Tamara Pogue echoed the letter that John Kelly and David Tanner sent roughly 6 months ago. And, Tamara Pogue is the summit representative. We're sitting in her backyard in Silverthorne, and echoed that both lodging and recreational services are down, and specifically, as I think we said 6 months ago in the letter to Congressman Hurd, et cetera, that we're seeing that in our rural resort and international travelers. So it was nice to hear that sort of support from Tamara. Eagle County has their own Levi Bourse. It's Laura Hartman, and she presented the tripling of their lodging tax in Eagle, and I think you might have seen either the Times or the Daily reported on that.
From like 2 to 6, something
2 to
like that.
6, yeah, which is what the legislation last year allowed. Again, on the 35-acre subdivision exemption, I kept quiet, thinking it will come back again at a later date. So I thought that was an interesting land use exercise. And then again, George from Clear Creek, George Marlin, thank you. Again, I think Pitkin should support in his search for the excise tax, and maybe that's through Levi or some other way we can continue to sort of fill in the blanks on that one. That's my CCI update. On the CC4CA front, which I guess I inherited, and I'm truly enjoying the people in the conversation, CC4CA is working with the Environmental Defense Fund, and one of the next piece of legislation that's going under the chopping block is the endangerment clause for contributions for funding for GHGs under the Clean Air Act, which basically would unwind legislation regarding automobile and truck greenhouse gas emissions. So both EDF, the Environmental Defense Fund, and CC4CA have been looking for folks to both advocate. The EPA is open right now in terms of taking public comment, and they've extended that public comment through 9/22. There was a sense of urgency that we thought they were going to close in August. It's now going through September. That's my update. Really light stuff.
Cool.
And if anyone is interested, because it has both the steering committee meetings as well as NACO on the same calendar and the legislative session, I have the 26 calendar from CCI, and I have extra copies of it.
Sure, I'll take an extra copy. It'll be easier than toggling from.
I'll let you know it's a
calendar to
draft
calendar.
subject to change.
That's all right.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Jeffrey Bravo. Let's move on to open discussion.
All right. Do we have anyone from Healthy Rivers and Streams on? No. Okay. I'm going to cover a couple of items. First, going back to the employee picnic, which is September 24th. From 11:30 to 1. We are looking for permission from the board to close this building and the library from 11 to 2 that day so that those employees can attend. And that's something that we've done in the past.
Only if they promise to fold chairs and tables.
I will add that to the list.
I'm kidding, because we always have, I always
So-
end up folding tables and chairs. at the end
Yeah,
of
we just need a kind of a
Everybody's great.
thumbs up.
And we'll put a notice out beforehand so
Yeah.
people don't come up to the picked him to go.
Well, we can't guarantee they won't come up, but yeah, we'll definitely put out information. Okay. And then during the meeting, I received a letter that the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition is asking the board to sign on to. It is a lengthy letter, so I'm going to hand it out.
Thank you.
Handing these around, Jeffrey. Thank you. The genesis of this letter has to do with the purchase of the mobile home parks and barriers that the coalition has run into accessing state funds that would otherwise appear to be, at least in terms of spirit, within the realm of accessibility for this type of purchase, but a number of barriers have been identified where it looks like that state funding and grants are not going to be available. This is really a plea that I think has a couple of purposes. One, to see if the governor's office is able to address any administrative barriers that may allow access to funds and or at least seek future changes so that the barriers that we're experiencing here are removed. And particularly, there's a number of items listed, hence part of the length of the letter. It basically has to do with either requirements to apply for a grant, the number of studies that need to be done, the capital assessments that need to be done that take months and months and months. And of course, when we're in a situation where we're in a competitive acquisition and we have a limited time frame under state legislation, of course, we don't have time to meet those requirements. In other cases, the property, there are no funds to fund purchases that are over appraisal. And as we're seeing in our current situation, it's unlikely that these properties would appraise at the values that they're selling at. They are selling at those values. So a number of things. The letter seeks immediate relief if it's within the governor's authority, and at least to highlight the issues. And the ask is for the board to sign on to that.
I'm fine with it.
I don't have a problem with it. I just, when you send somebody a letter that long, how many people read it?
Yeah.
You're always told a one-pager, but I think the information is important. It just would be nice to know that somebody's actually going to read it when it's
I'm thrilled to
6
see
pages.
Mike Kaplan's name on there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What's that?
Mike Kaplan gave $125,000.
And Laura.
And what?
And Laura.
Mike
Yeah.
and Laura Kaplan gave $125,000. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know her.
I think the information is important, but I also, not being able to read the letter right now in depth, but
Yeah.
I think another key part of this whole mobile home park purchase is the fact that we're following what the state requires on top of the fact we're trying to get this funds, so they don't coordinate on timeframes.
Correct.
State's requiring us to do X for mobile home purchases, which we appreciate that they can't just sell them overnight, but at the same time, in order to get the funds to do it, we have to spend months of time we don't have to get to that point of submitting a complete application.
Glenwood Springs is on this list, John.
Yeah.
I thought you said they'd withdrawn.
No, I didn't see them
didn't- okay.
adding. Yeah, I didn't see them adding. One other, so they are looking, April's looking for the signatures to go on this letter by this Friday as part of the reason, we weren't looking at revisions and that sort of thing. It's a pretty quick turnaround because of the timelines.
Are we all signing, or is it coming
Secure
from?
funding. I think it would be fine to have the chair sign if the board
I just
approves on
noticed
behalf
the
of the
signature
board.
page has got
It's pretty long,
like
yeah.
45 lines to
Yeah.
sign.
Yeah,
I'm
but
fine just
I'm
having
comfortable either way, but would you guys do it for us, or would we have to show up here at a certain time and
No,
giant.
we can figure out how to do it electronically. We
I
just
think they
wanted.
they probably want one organization per.
Yeah, I think having Kelly sign it is fine.
Okay. All right. We will work to get that done.
Tell them we're gonna quiz them on the letter after they've received it to make
You
sure
may
they
have
read
this
it.
now. No, actually, I think I'll take it to Perry.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Good idea, Francie.
And then,
Did he tell you I talked to him about that?
Well, anyway.
The other piece of this is as we're continuing to seek funding, through financing, the county, as you know, has committed $3 million towards this purchase. In order to secure the financing in the absence of if we're not able to secure some of the state funding, there is an additional amount that we'd be seeking to raise. And so we don't need to have this conversation right now. We can have it tomorrow, but there could be an ask, I know, at the as we're confirming the grant agreement with the Housing Coalition, to authorize an additional up to $250,000 on that $3 million amount, just to provide some headroom. It doesn't commit us to that. It's if that is needed in the absence of state dollars materializing. We may ask to add some language like that tomorrow. We'll talk to Rye as to whether that would require another confirmatory reading, but what that would do is it would provide some assurances by the deadlines with the underwriter that the Thistle is working with, that the funds will be there to keep the rents at a reasonable level.
It's my understanding, since it's a confirmatory emergency resolution hearing tomorrow, that we could, generally when you add more, you have to go to a third read. But in this case, we could still have it become effective tomorrow and then schedule a third reading in September to do another, so we go through the process correctly. But I think the language is important. I don't want the governor's office to think they're just gonna continue to fund it themselves. Why should we put in money?
I got distracted by something when you were talking. Would there be a contingency in this commitment that if the state comes through, we don't pay it?
That's kind of the up to that we're committing to $3 million and up to if needed for underwriter. Yeah, we'll have to come up with the language. I don't have it right now, but that's kind of the idea.
Okay.
We could try and tie it to something. I think the more general we make the funds, the more attractive it is to anyone who's underwriting.
So we could continue the second reading, confirmatory reading, to a date certain and still be clean, right, as far as process?
Yeah, we're looking, I think they are looking.
Never done that before.
What's that?
I've never continued a confirmatory reading. on
No,
an
me
emergency
neither,
ordinance.
actually. And so,
Got a lot of firsts today.
I know, I'd have to
Carcasses and cash, I don't know.
yeah. And we may even need to do it as a special meeting during a work session to meet the deadlines. This is, of course, all on that tight timeline, so.
I'm surprised we don't have mobile home, we gotta add mobile home park reform to the legislative agenda. I mean, this is crazy. I met with the people from Cavern Springs, and it's like, oh my God, they have 98 units.
What about the one that's
They're
for sale
not-
on South Grand?
Yeah, I mean, and they're not figuring out how to pull it together, and I'm like, man, there's donor fatigue, we can't rely on donations for this, there's like no structural solution here.
Oh, God.
It's really sad.
But this should be the sweet spot for the state of Colorado, given this is just about affordability. This is really about affordability, period.
Well, he has a precedent for it. I mean, he took a bunch of money from one fund last year and put it all towards pay downs of LIHTC projects, with like no heads up. And there were all these projects in the pipeline. like weeks before the grant submittal deadline, and then all that money went away, because, and we're not asking for all the money to go away, we're asking for like a little bit of money to go towards the project.
Yeah, remember when this first came up and I said, I think there's a state law that prohibits the resale of mobile home parks to anything but mobile home parks. So I looked all that up, and actually what it is, it's the one that we're familiar with, that grants residents the opportunity to
The right of
purchase it
first
and give
offer.
us a certain window
Yeah.
to do that in.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily say, can somebody else buy it and tear it down and build a hotel? Doesn't
I
say
mean,
that.
I sort of wondered, like, what would happen if you used eminent domain? So like, what if a local government came in and with an eminent domain action, like, would the purchase price then have to be based on the appraisal as opposed to this market inflation?
Yeah.
Um,
But who would declare the eminent domain?
the local government would have to. But.
Anyway, are we
Anyway,
going
sorry,
to
I'm going on a
approve
tangent
of
for
this
that.
tomorrow?
I didn't hear any objection, but I don't know if we should do a check-in with before, because
I
it'd
think
be
we
good
should
to
bring
know
it
that.
forward, and I just have to wait to see what the language is.
Right, and I don't know what that is yet,
Yeah.
so we'll work on that with Ryan.
Just want to make sure we're following the process so it doesn't come back to screw everything up.
Totally agree with you, yeah.
And I
That's
have a
all I
note
have
here.
for open discussion.
All right, further open discussion.
Well, you
Patty.
still want to hear
Ooh,
mine?
sorry.
Or do you want to do it tomorrow?
Yeah,
The
we
one
can-
about Club 20? Do you want, do
Oh,
we have
sure.
time? Okay.
But- yeah.
I'll wait.
Patty and then
Oh, yeah,
Francie.
okay, Potato Days, I'm gonna be meeting with Cade Giannetti, hopefully this week, to get some more information on seeing if Pickens County would like to be some level of sponsorship for Potato Days, since it supports agricultural resources and efforts throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. They're trying to gear it up, so I will bring you back more information on that to see. I've also, he's been in contact with Open Space and Trails to see if they want to be some kind of a sponsor. I'm meeting with restaurant owners up in the Upper Valley to see if they can help out, and with Woody Creek Vodka. The part owner has met him in the grocery store, and he has said to contact them to see if, so there's a lot of partnership efforts going forward to really do some secure funding issues for sustainability of our local farming community.
What
and
kind of
ranching.
resources would money be going?
Well,
to?
they need chefs to help cook the farm to
No,
take.
I mean, when
Oh.
you say money for agricultural support resources.
That's what I'm gonna be picking Cade's brain about.
Okay.
Yeah, a part of it, every year there's a beneficiary of this event, and this year it's Seed Peace, so it's Casey Pescura's farm. He's created the Casey's Farmers Fund to help with mental health, physical health, dental health, vision, all that for our local farming and ranching community. So part of it will go to that. Every year they rotate who is the beneficiary. So I'll get more information. I just want to give the boards a heads up. The other thing too is last night at the East of Aspen Caucus, very interesting discussion about the illegal parking or legal parking on county roads and on CDOT's right-of-way. Not just necessarily, CDOT was interesting. Greg was there, he did a great job. And Greg from CDOT, I don't remember his last name, he was really good. But he said it's a statewide issue. People are
Oh, really?
parking. It's not just Pickens County, we're not special on this one. Their hands are tied like ours are in some ways. We think we have some resolution. I was hoping to bring forward some changes to our code tomorrow, but it looks like we're gonna have a little delay in that because this gentleman continues to park there. People are moving rocks into the right-of-way on both sides of the highway, which is illegal. The homeowners up there are doing that, so it's becoming very volatile. Also, it would help clean up some of the language that affects people parking, say, at the bottom of Red Mountain, up Castle Creek or Maroon Creek, or in your neighborhood, Francie, or in Jeffries. So that will be coming forward. Hopefully, we can get maybe some exact time on Tuesday to bring it forward, and you want me to let Ryan know, and we can see what language he's come up with.
And I did talk with him that we're gonna talk about it in the agenda meeting
Okay,
tomorrow. to
perfect.
make sure
Thank
we
you.
have a plan.
Was there a guy named Aaron there?
No, but I responded to him and to his friend
Okay.
And told them that we were working on it and it was complex, but we were moving forward. I already responded, so.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
I will let you know the conversation I briefly had with Rye before this meeting. He said that there is language in the code that allows the sheriffs to levy the $1,000 daily fine.
Yeah.
If they didn't know that.
I know.
And so hopefully that will help.
And there's some clarification on what it means to sleep or to camp or to whatever, and how we can still, I think there's a great opportunity here. The problem is it's been going on for almost a year now.
Yeah.
And with no resolution, and people are getting it was not a happy conversation, but they also talked a lot about that we also did the North Star Management Plan, North Star Management Plan planning process. There was a lot of input. Is it Andre Willie? Open Space, Healthy Rivers and Streams.
Yeah.
He was there. He gave some great comments. He's such a beaver advocate. and everybody up there was like, they're crossing over the beaver dams. He goes, you know what? So 8,000 people cross the beaver dam. Those beavers get up in the middle of the night and put it back together again. He was great. But so they were really interested in the effect of beavers, and how the main thing came down to, we just need more water in the dam river. The dam, as in DAM river, not the other one. But so I told him that Pickens County was working on that also. So it was a very interesting meeting, and Open Space and Trails did a presentation. They did a great job, and so did the sheriff. We had a Colorado state trooper there, and then 2 gentlemen from CDOT. So it was good.
Good, Patty, that's great. We were called out in a Colorado Sun article about beavers this week.
Oh, really?
Pickens County.
That's great.
Rivers and streams, yep.
Okay, I have a couple of short ones, and then I'm going to do the Club 20 thing as fast as I can. So Jeff Hurd's letter this week, the Grand Junction Airport received a $12.5 million AIP project grant. Did you know that, John? Grand Junction got a
No.
$12.5 million
Doesn't surprise me,
AIP
though.
project
Yeah.
grant.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd tell you guys that. News from Jeff Hurd. And then
So he's experienced at bringing airport money back to the
Yeah.
region.
Yeah. And then there's a tour of the Colorado Mesa University Campus Thermal Energy Network on September 5th, Tuesday, at 3 to 5, I think. And so this is a thermal energy project. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It covers 1.2 million square feet in 16 buildings on their campus, and saves them $1.5 million annually. It's the largest thermal energy network in Colorado, possibly in the country, I think. And so they haven't been able to do tours because it's always active when the students are there, but they're doing this tour. I think it's 3 to 5 that day, if anybody's interested in going.
We have a regular meeting on Tuesday.
I know.
The
we
5th
have
is a
work
Friday,
session.
though.
But it says Tuesday, September 5th, but Tuesday, September 5th is not real. So I don't know whether she meant to say Friday, September 5th, and I tried to follow up, but I shall follow up. I think it's Friday. Okay, there's that. Okay, so Club 20's next week, and they have several, what are they called?
Policies?
Resolutions. So let it be resolved. One is nuclear energy in Colorado, and Club 20 wants to advocate for policies supporting long-term viability of nuclear energy in Colorado, especially in western Colorado, for revitalizing our economies. How would you like me to respond to that?
I can tell you how I would respond. Yes, nuclear energy is clean, but nuclear waste is very dirty. So
That's a
until
good one.
such time as they have a plan on how to handle nuclear waste from nuclear energy, I am not supporting it.
Kelly?
I feel similarly. They would have to raise their hands to keep the waste in their communities.
Jeffrey?
I think we have plenty of opportunities for clean energy in Pitkin County,
Okay.
which would be hydro and
All
solar.
right. The
and
next
wind.
one is continuing support for agriculture.
Having to mine uranium in African nations, right?
The next one is a resolution for continuing support for agriculture, including water, to educate and advocate for agricultural sustainability with best management practices.
Are there carcasses involved?
What?
Are there carcasses involved?
I'm sure there are.
I support that.
Me too. Anybody else? Okay.
But I would also add that the critical piece to the support of that is to ensure the state understands that there's no nexus sometimes between land and affordable housing, so.
Yes, that.
Did you see what I just sent you
Signage.
from Warren Bober?
They have a resolution to require more local input into the placement of directional signs about stuff in the area.
What was that, what?
God, do I have to look it up?
who's-
It's
Just
about
say it again.
signs about attractions in your area, like Maroon Creek Campground. And what they're asking for is more local input into where these signs are going and what they say, rather than having just CDOT put the signs out.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I want local input in that.
Yep.
I want billboards.
Remember,
all
we
the way
made
down
that,
the
we
highway.
pay to get rid of the cleanup signs along the highway,
Right.
because we didn't want them.
Okay, wolf management.
But I would just add to that, I think Pitkin County has and I'll speak on behalf of Public Works, that we have the belief that signs are
Bad.
They're distracting on
the
the highway.
distraction. So we don't need a wildlife crossing. The entire county's a wildlife crossing. You know, the 5-mile stretch of Capitol Creek Road is a wildlife crossing. So we believe in less.
Yes. Okay, and then wolf management. Okay, so there's this description about how they opposed Proposition 114. It says that the wolves have killed 44 to 46 head of cattle. The last number I heard was 34. It was 34 for 24-25, so I don't know what that number is. 14 sheep, 5 dogs, 1 llama. And whereas CPW continues to pressure ranchers to use costly non-lethal deterrent methods,
That's what it
which are
says.
paid for, they're not costly to the people they are paid for, but it's what they say.
They're
With
pressured.
marginal efficacy. Whereas CPW has not addressed impacts to herds, outfitters, livestock, growers, and I think that's also not true. They have done an amazing amount of research about the impacts, but it's in there. Whereas they have violated some of the original policies that were written by the stakeholder group and passed by the CPW after 24 months altogether. And they have, actually, because one of the things said that they shouldn't import animals that have a history of predating on livestock. They did that. And they shouldn't relocate depredating packs, and they've done that. So those are the whereases. The be it resolved, Club 20 adamantly oppose introduction of any additional wolves into Colorado. Second point, supports a pause in wolf introduction until management plan deficiencies are corrected and long-term funding is secured. Supports reduction to minimum count needed for state recovery and delisting phases where they delist wolves from protection. Supports management population objectives with a cap on population numbers. Supports USDA APHIS, I don't know what that is, Wildlife Services to be the agency to confirm depredations due to a conflict of interest with CPW, and supports hunting and trapping of wolves to maintain population. So that's what they're proposing to support.
That's a tough one. I can support some of it, but not all of it.
What do you think, Francie?
What?
What do you think?
I would not be in favor of this, but there's 5 of us, so. I mean, I'll tell you why I don't support a pause, and I have an incredible list of resources that support this. There's been a group that's been writing back and forth. If you reduce the number of wolves at this point, we will be below a sustainable level. It will seriously impact the entire reintroduction program. And until we get the amount of wolves on the ground to form packs, we're going to continue to have wolf attacks on livestock because they can't hunt elk by themselves. And right now we have lone wolves pretty much out there trying to hunt and survive and support their pups. But when we have enough on the ground to actually form a pack, then they are more capable of hunting their historical prey. So I think that pausing right now would be detrimental to the entire program and possibly the failure of the long-term failure of the program. So
Well, and are any of the things that they also want to do require a pause to do them? You know what I mean? Like, do you have to
Well,
sequence
reducing
them,
the
or can you do them
number
at the same
of what's a
time?
sustainable population, that is a scientific question that they don't really know anything about. I mean, you know, to reduce it from 50 down to what? 10, 25, it's so arbitrary.
Right.
So I don't, and having a different agency confirm depredations, yes, I think that could happen without a pause. And I don't believe there's a conflict of interest with CPW, but I don't know what this other agency is. I don't really have an opinion on that. Okay. And then support hunting and trapping of wolves to maintain population. That is something that it was certainly not recommended even by the stakeholder group, which included, you know, people who were really against wolves.
That's way down the line if we were overrun with wolves.
Yeah, they're proposing a cap of 500 hunted wolves in Montana right now. And there's a big push that will significantly reduce the viability of the wolf population in Montana.
Well, I'll support you. You know, because it seems like even if they pulled out the pause language, the rest of it maybe could move forward anyway.
I don't think they're gonna pull out the pause language. I
No,
think
I
that's the
know.
whole momentum.
I'm just saying functionally,
Yeah.
they're not necessary to.
So anyway, it doesn't really matter what we say because everything I say over there is overridden pretty much anyway. It's kind of like
yeah.
CCI.
It's worse. It's worse.
We probably have more power at CCI
That's worse than
Cliff
CCI.
Lane.
Yeah, we don't have Clear Creek and.
Jeffrey, do you have an
Boulder.
opinion on this? I do want to move us along because I got to go pick up kids.
I would offer a suggestion to Francie Merritt Linke, who is the rancher in Grand County. I would pick up the phone to Merritt. So Merritt's had
How do you spell Linke?
Lanke. I think I'd pick up the phone to him. First name is Merrit.
Yeah.
And I'd have a wolf conversation with him. He was very succinct in describing the conditions for a pause and the movement by CPW that would necessitate it. So he succinctly said, look, there's 3 things that didn't follow in terms of the management plan, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And really, I
know
like
those though.
Yeah, and he just stuck very fact-based. This seems like it's a little bit out on a stretch.
Yeah.
And when Merritt presented it, you'd say, no, you know, we CCI should support Merritt and the pause based on those missteps by these organizations.
Well, CCI would do it that anyway. I mean, you know, but
But
yeah,
but I think this is a little bit of a stretch.
I think we all agree about that, and we know it didn't really come from CPW. So, all right. So I'll just say that Pickens County, I'll just be a nay vote on that. Is that okay with everybody? It'll just be a quick vote, I think. If I have an opportunity to say something about the straying from the actual recommendations, I will, you know, recognize that that is a thing. Everybody okay with that?
I would say I'm continued to sit in the pause camp because even the special legislative session, the bill uncovered the financial fragility of this undertaking. And again, going back to the ballot, that we're now at 6 or 8 times what the Blue Book said.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
to me,
there's no
like,
question
we're
about that.
sticking, you know, the Merritt language is sticking with the facts of, you know, here's what the Blue Book was, here's where the bill was, this is what the voters approved, this is not what we're seeing on the ground.
Yeah.
So I would still represent what we're seeing on the ground.
Okay, that's all I have, except for the grizzly fish kill thing that I was hoping to get some more information on, but I guess we're not going to.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I left my phone up on my desk, so I wasn't
It was
able to
low
text.
water level, it was heat.
I read the CPW report, but you said that this Healthy Streams was finding something a little bit different.
Well, I think there's just different speculation maybe, but I did not hear back.
We can get an update from them tomorrow and then bring it forward in tomorrow's
That'd be great.
discussion.
Okay.
If there was more water up there, wouldn't be an issue.
It would help a lot,
And it would be
in so many
elusive.
ways.
I can't believe they stocked that reservoir and then tell people not to eat the fish.
And then tell people what?
Don't eat the fish. Because of the contamination, so why'd they put fish in there?
Can I go with 2 things real quick?
Real quick, I gotta go get kids. Sorry, thanks.
So mine are quick. Continued thank you to Community Development and GIS I've heard back from Eagle, Gilpin, Chafee, Gunnison, the Wilderness Society, Wilderness Workshop, and CML, all with kudos and thanks in terms of the rezoning and resource government. So more on
Did
that.
you share what you've heard back? Because I haven't heard
And
anything.
the previous head of the BLM.
And so Francie and I heard from the previous head of the BLM and the Wilderness Society at a wilderness workshop evening last week.
I haven't heard
I'm
anything.
happy to compile the ongoing feedback regarding the rezoning to the board.
People are mostly thrilled with it.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that none of it, the rest of us haven't heard anything. Zero.
And then one last piece is CCI stood up a land use group in order to identify potential bills and rumored bills, and they just put it on pause given the implications of the special session. So meaning they'll come back, but they're not ready to bring everyone together around potential changes in land use vis-a-vis the market scan and the executive order.
They
So,
do that pretty
thank you.
regularly with different topics.
Just a quick thing, that Jeffrey and I went to was a presentation by Tracy Ross, whatever her last name is. And somebody she's been working with for a long time within BLM, and it was a pretty cool presentation. And they are adamantly opposed to the sale of public lands, and they just said that we absolutely have to stand up and fight this, and they talked about different things, you know. It was great. It was very well attended.
Did you see Lord Bobert's bill passed to dump 31 acres in Mesa County from BLM to Mesa County?
Maybe that was already a land swap in the
It was the
making.
convey bill, was her bill.
Vance?
All right,
Okay,
I'll adjourn
tomorrow.
our work session. See you all tomorrow at noon for regular voting session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
See everyone. Thank you.
Paulus is at the dinner tomorrow.